You hear me?
We can hear you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
Honorable members, colleagues, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, Chair, you are audible. How are you, Chair?
Thank you very much. Actually, I see now that the problem was on my side. My volume was down. So let me greet you again. Let me greet the leadership of the department, Minister Malatsi. I see the Director General is here. I'm not sure if the DM is here. The staff of Parliament, as well as everybody who's joined us from the entities and members of the public. This is an ordinary portfolio committee meeting, which has been called to consider two things in the main. Hajira, can I ask that you put up the agenda? All right, so the agenda speaks to the adoption of the minutes of the 17th of March and the 15th of May. And maybe we'll get an explanation on why those ones of the 17th of March would have been held over. The second item relates to the withdrawal of the AI policy. And then the final one is around the introduction of the amendments to the Electronic Communications Bill. I'm informed that in the last meeting, there was also a request to once again move over this item of the report of the Roundtable. So that is also meant to be considered and adopted today. In the evening at 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, there is a training session that has been organized by the Portfolio Committee for committee members, for staff, for other members of Parliament, just around meta platforms, including Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook, but more so in the context of elections as we have entered election season. So we would want Meta to speak to us on how those platforms work, how is content moderated, what are the protocols around election safety and so forth. So I'm really hoping that honorable members, colleagues will be able to join. With that agenda having been presented, may I first check if we have any apologies, Hajira?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Chairperson, we have apologies for the Deputy Minister who's attending an ITU forum. The Minister would be online but would leave early. And then Ms. Singh, I received an apology because she's writing exams today. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to that, we also have an apology of Mr. Matafa. He is with the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. May I then have a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
I do move, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, Honorable Ngobese. Thank you. Honorable Botlane?
Oh, I second.
Thank you very much. All right, let's start then with the minutes. Hajira, if you could put up the minutes of the 17th.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, the minutes of the 17th was held over twice. There has been changes made, and Dr. Madupi will speak to the changes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the honorable members. I'm not too sure if I'm audible. Chair.
We can hear you, Dr. Madupi.
Thank you so much, Hajira. Morning to the minister and the DG and the rest of our colleagues as well. Chair, indeed, the minute of the 17th of March has stood down twice, and one of the reasons that the members who were primarily concerned about was Hajira, if you go to the recommendations, we're really around the timelines on the recommendations. What we've since done, Chair, what we had done with the previous set of minutes, we had actually used a number of days in terms of the responses on the resolutions as outlined from that meeting. What we have since done subsequent to that, and with many other reports, after that conversation, we then standardized on how we coin our timelines. It's either the 3-monthly basis, or there'll be either 3-monthly basis, semesterized, or the entire year, where there is a need given on how extensive is that set of recommendations. So what we have done with the minutes, with that set of minutes, Chair, was really to rework on the timelines. As you see, what has been highlighted, it's either the 3 months basis, on a 3 months basis, or on a 6 months basis, to some extent, 9 months. So all the recommendations have therefore been amended on the basis of the timelines. Other than that, Chair, the recommendation, they still stand as they are, except for the changes on the timelines. If you look at the first recommendations, we are indicating that the minister will need to ensure that a review of current policy frameworks is initiated, and that resolution would then have to be there would have to be a feedback or a report back to the committee within 3 months. And important to indicate as well, Chair, that most of the recommendations, given on how intense they are, we are not necessarily saying that some of them would need to be resolved within the timelines as indicated. All that we're saying is that in a number of instances, the department or any other body for that matter would need to report back to the committee on the progress within the timelines as indicated. That's really in the main, Chair. That's what has been changed. But in as far as the actual resolutions are concerned, they still stand, from the content point of view, except for the amendment on the timeframes and the timelines as indicated in the minutes, and that has been highlighted. In the main, in blue, some of the recommendations, Chair, they did not necessarily need any timelines, like as you would see on the second bullet. That set of recommendations, there was no need to attach any timeframes, because it would have been difficult to attach anything on that. So that's really what would have changed, Chair, in the main, after the discussion of the members when the minutes were first presented to the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madube. I'm sorry I got cut off. Most network Yamalati is a problem. But I think I got the tail end of your presentation there. Honorable members, I was not in this meeting. I remember I had to leave at 10. So those are the recommendations presented to you. Do they reflect an accurate and fair assessment of what was discussed in the meeting? May I take either clarity or move us for the adoption of these minutes? Honorable Botlane?
Yeah, I am traveling, so I am requesting to keep my camera off. But just for clarity, could Dr. Madube just explain to us what will determine the timelines, whether it be 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months, just so that in future we know how those would be allocated? With that explanation, I'm happy to move for the minutes to be adopted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madube.
Chair, the line of Honorable Nano was not that clear. Can I perhaps get a repetition on the question, if possible?
The question was, what do you use to determine the time period that you put on these recommendations? So whether it's 6 months or 3 months, on what basis do you come to that determination?
In the main, Chair, really, it's really determined, like for instance, the first recommendation. It ensures that a review of current policy frameworks is initiated. It's basically an initiation of a process, which is not that extensive. So on that basis, a 3 months, would be, feasible in the instance. There'll be instances where we, on the third bullet, ensure that clear and measurable commitments on the Vodacom-ZIF measure are submitted. It's a bit of work that needs to be done to that extent. Hence, we have indicated that on a 6-monthly basis, there has to be a report back on that resolution. So really, all that it depends on is how extensive rather, is that set of resolution, and what would then determine whether it's within can be done within 3 months, at least in terms of the reporting back, or it can be done within 6 months. That's really the rationale behind the time frames. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can I then, I'm assuming, thank you, Honorable Bodlana. As I say, I'm assuming that response suffices. May I have a seconder for the adoption of these minutes?
I second, Chair. Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Can we move to the next and final set of minutes, Ajira?
Good morning, members. Members, we have minutes 15th May, which was a Friday. We dealt with presentation by the department and ICASA on the future overall agenda on the use of spectrum and market insight on the enforcement of infrastructure sharing as well as universal service compliance and social obligations attached to spectrum auction as well as local government election regulations. We dealt with the report on the roundtable of podcasters, which was held over till today, and we had an update on the subcommittee on ICASA and MDDA appointments. This is page 1, members, with attendance for that day. Page 2, attendance as well. Page 3, opening and welcome, and then as well as the adoption of the minutes of 8th of May. And then the third item was the presentation by the department and ICASA. The fourth item there was observations on that item. And then I'll read the recommendations on the day. The committee recommended to the minister to ensure that ICASA provide comprehensive written presentations to the committee in advance of engagements, particularly on critical regulatory frameworks such as local government election regulations, and the report back to the committee within 2 months after the adoption of these minutes. To ensure that ICASA develop and submit a detailed spectrum roadmap with clear timelines, milestones, and measurable outcomes aligned to improving affordability, competition, and rural connectivity, and report back to the committee within 6 months after the adoption of these minutes. Ensure that ICASA conduct a full audit of assigned spectrum to determine levels of utilization, particularly identifying underutilized spectrum in rural areas, outline enforcement actions against non-use or hoarding, and report back to the committee on progress within 6 months after the adoption of these minutes. Ensure that ICASA strengthen enforcement mechanisms and reduce turnaround times in resolving infrastructure sharing disputes to promote fair access and competition, and report back to the committee within 6 months after the adoption of these minutes. Ensure that ICASA expand and scale initiatives such as dynamic spectrum access, TV white spaces, and SMME participation programs for further clear targets, funding support, and sustainability measures, and report back to the committee within 6 months after the adoption of these minutes. Ensure that ICASA establish independent verification and auditing mechanisms for monitoring compliance with universal service obligations, including third-party audits where necessary, and report back to the committee within 3 months after the adoption of these minutes. Ensure that ICASA improve transparency by providing Parliament with a comprehensive report on spectrum allocation, including who holds spectrum, the duration, obligations, and available bands, and report back to the committee within 3 months after the adoption of the minutes. Ensure that ICASA develop and implement targeted measures to increase participation of historically disadvantaged groups, including Black-owned, women-owned, youth-owned enterprises in spectrum-related opportunities, and report back to the committee within 6 months of adoption of the minutes. And ensure that ICASA, in collaboration with the department, strengthen monitoring and enforcement tools to address non-compliance by licensees, including penalties where obligations are not met, and report back to the committee within 6 months. Ensure that ICASA provide a detailed report on infrastructure barriers, including municipal constraints and site access issues, together with proposed solutions to accelerate rural rollout, and report back to the committee within 3 months. ensure that ICASA conduct capacity building workshops for members of the committee and enhance understanding of spectrum management allocation processes and regulatory frameworks and report back to the committee within 3 months, and ensure that ICASA finalize the regulatory frameworks governing political advertising and equitable airtime to safeguard fairness and transparency in the electoral process, and report back to the committee within 3 months of adoption of the minutes. Thereafter, the committee looked at the report on the roundtable. Members provided further contributions, and the roundtable report will be dealt with today. The committee also gave an update the committee also received an update on the subcommittee on ICASA vacancies and MDDA appointments. And then, as a matter arising, ICASA to submit a written presentation on the election broadcasting regulations in advance of the meeting, and that the report on podcasters will be held over to the next meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Hajira. Those were the minutes of the 15th of May. Can I check if there is any edits, amendments, or alternatively somebody moving for their adoption? Honorable Potlane?
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I obviously missed most parts of that meeting, but I was in the meeting at the end. I was in transit. But the question I have is that noting that we already have the date for the local government elections as November 4th, and we are saying ICASA must come back to us in 2 months for the regulations and another 3 months for the electoral advertising frameworks. Is that feasible? Are we not working outside the already known date for the elections? Is there any way that we can perhaps bring that date forward so that we move along with the timetable as we know it? Unless I missed the actual deliberations that led to that decision, I'm open to hearing from the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Potlane. I'm not sure if Honorable Subrathi is here. Honorable Subrathi, were you chairing this meeting? Could you advise on why this particular date? Anyway, maybe it's a moot point because as far as I know, the regulations for elections broadcasting have been completed by ICASA. And what we need to do is to invite them as soon as possible to come and present those particular regulations to the portfolio committee. I am aware that there are issues that a number of political parties have taken up with the regulations, and I'm sure we would also be afforded an opportunity to make our comment when they are presented. I'm going to request that the Secretariat looks at the next available meeting to request a presentation on the elections broadcasting regulations from ICASA. And maybe in the same vein to also report that we have received a correspondence from the Minister of Finance, which for all intents and purposes dismisses the, I don't want to call it request, but it's the engagement that the portfolio committee was having with regards to the allocation of funding to the SABC for the purposes of elections. In particular, he indicates that the matter should have been raised before the budget was finalized, and that in engagements with the department, this does not seem to be an issue that would have been raised. I'm not sure exactly, but I'll ask that at some point we also circulate that letter so that we're able to engage on it. It obviously means that it creates very short runway for us to intervene at this point. Given the fact that, and I'm really not sure what the minister means. I mean, we went to the extent of engaging with appropriations on this. We've written several letters to the Treasury, and it may be something that the committee wants to reflect on, or perhaps the minister himself and the department in terms of what steps, if any, are they taking to secure budget for the SABC. Minister of Finance says that he has engaged with the department and he has asked them to look within the funds available and reprioritize for the SABC to be able to do proper coverage of elections work. But maybe let me ask the Minister to reflect on that when he comes in. But these minutes have now been put here. Can I check if we have a mover? Honorable Botlani was requesting clarity on the dates being election period, to which we responded and we said we're going to get that presentation sooner rather than later. Honorable Matafa?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes and reaffirm my apology as shared by Mr. Ngom. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa, who is in justice for moving for the adoption of the minutes. May I have a seconder, please?
Oh, I thought Matafa was seconding me.
Okay. Honorable Subrati, you are thirding Honorable Bodlan. Thank you very much. All right, with those minutes then duly adopted, I think we can get into the substantive part of our meeting, which are the two items we had introduced at the beginning. Honorable members, I doubt that this item, Honorable Bodlan?
I do apologize. I thought perhaps maybe you will acknowledge the letter that I wrote to your office and provide guidance on that if you have seen that, just as a matter of engagement to the portfolio committee.
Yes, ma'am. So we have received a correspondence from you, Honorable Botlani, which I've requested that it is acknowledged. It's relating to a issue of non-payment of cast and crew on the series Pimville, I think. We did write back to you to say that as early as last week, Thursday or Friday, we had dispatched correspondence to SABC on the same matter. It was a set of detailed questions that we were asking them because this issue has not arisen only on the Pimville series, but there had been one or two others that had been brought to our attention. So I've asked the Secretariat to write back to you and copy you on the letter that we've written to the SABC, and also to indicate then that given the fact that this seems to be a recurring problem, we will then action your request that they appear in person to respond to those issues. Does that cover you, Honorable Bolan?
Yes, Chair, I did see the acknowledgement, but unfortunately I missed the parts where the explanation is given. If that could be forwarded to me, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm requesting the content team, if you could send through to Honorable Bodlani the letter that was written to the SABC last week, and then we further process it by asking that the SABC responds in the portfolio committee on those issues rather than sending us a letter back. Thank you very much. Okay, members, let's move to the next item now. Honorable Subrati, as well as Honorable Ngubane, if I'm not mistaken, had sent letters to me requesting that we invite Minister Malatsi to come and take the committee through the circumstances that would have led to the withdrawal of the draft national AI policy. On the same day, the minister himself had sent through a letter requesting to appear before the portfolio committee on the same item. We have since scheduled the item for discussion, and I doubt that it needs any background. Colleagues would have obviously engaged with that matter as it was unfolding. Maybe let me ask the minister perhaps to come in, speak to the item, introduce the presentation, and then we will engage with the circumstances surrounding this thereafter. Honorable Minister, you are welcome once again, and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and the honorable members and all colleagues who have joined for this meeting. Honorable Chairperson, we are joined for this meeting by the Director General of the Department, the Acting Chief Director, Ms. Jeanette Morwane, and for the second part of the presentation, we're also joined by Chief Director Alfred Wills, and also representation from ICASA and the Competition Commission, who are also instrumental on the work on the Electoral Communications Amendment Bill. on this matter regarding the withdrawal of the AI policy. I think, as you have correctly set out, the matter has been widely publicized. To be precise, when it became clear to the department, more so after the News 24 expose, which was citing that at least up to a maximum of 6 references in the policy were attributed to AI hallucinations, we immediately internally got in touch with the DG and the officials who had been working on the policy to establish the veracity of the allegation at the time, because through our internal processes, we had not picked up that there were issues with any of the references up until the events were exposed in that expose by News 24. And it was then when we got the responses in the that we should in order to protect the integrity of the policy development process, and obviously the stain that it has caused not just on the department but on government's overall processes of formulating and finalizing policy, that the best course of action would be to withdraw that policy, and secondly, to initiate internal processes in order to determine the series of events that had led to this, which of course should not have happened in the first instance. But as things evolved, it's clear that there was massive oversight and a non-disclosure around the use of AI in the formulation of the policy, and most importantly, in the references that would therefore not be traced. As a result of those internal engagements, then the secondary step that took action was to place the officials on precautionary suspension in order to allow the team and the department then to do a thorough investigation around that process, but equally to do it in a manner that both protects the officials, because we have to apply the rules of natural justice in order to be compliant with the public service regulations and also the country's labor regulations, as it were, dealing with consequence management as it impacts the responsible officials. And then the other element which we made pronouncement on the budget speech was it is important that we begin to fix some of the fundamental errors that occurred as a result of this overlap and oversight, that we then went and sought the skills of experts in the AI field and also on AI governance and academia, which we announced in the panel, the AI advisory panel, that will be helping us with doing the review of the document, and also a review and authentication of the references. Believe that is important for 3 things. One being that up until the expose on the references, a reasonable size of the substance of the policy has not been widely contested, and we had issued the draft as the foundation of a document that would seek external contributions on in order to enrich the final policy. So that's step number 2. The second one would be that there would still be an internal team that assists with the drafting and also provides the support for the advisory panel, because it's important that the department still takes a prominent role in the process of the finalization of that policy, and that we move with speed in order to minimize the prospect of having a prolonged period of a policy vacuum. And then lastly is we have finalized internally the terms of reference for the work that the advisory panel would be doing, and at its first meeting, which is in the next couple of weeks, the panel will be able to engage with the terms of reference, finalize them, and roll out the project outline for the finalization of this policy, which the presentation will outline. We are aiming to ensure that we still finalize and have a policy outcome by the end of this financial year, also taking into consideration that there are various dependencies, and some of those dependencies involve the actual natural processes of engaging with, cabinet, engaging again with the timeline set out in the prescripts of publication of draft policies for public comment, and that would then eventually be able to produce a document and a policy on AI that is free from any of the avoidable faults that this one fell into. And that's what we thought it's equally important given the significance of the issue. We just didn't want it to leave it unventilated and unexplained to the portfolio committee. And when the correspondence also came from the committee around the concerns that the members raised, we felt that it is appropriate that even us as the department, we made the voluntary approach to come and take the committee into confidence about the series of events and the rationale for taking some of the action steps that we have taken subsequent to that decision to withdraw the policy on the basis that those AI hallucination references do a major stain to some of the commendable work which had taken place up to that level, and not try to relegate it only to just references, because they placed a very, very major question mark on the credibility of the document as it is. And that's what we wanted to provide. So the team will do a very brief presentation, Chair, on the series of events leading up, and also the project outline for how going forward we aim to complete the work for then having a proper fault-free in terms of the basic ethical requirements for the compilation and formulation and finalization of a policy. And for that, I will hand over to the DG and also the acting DDG, Janet Morane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, and very good morning, Chair and to members. Sorry, Minister, I wanted to check if you wanted to respond on the SABC now or later.
Oh, thank you for that reminder. Thanks, Chair, for bringing the matter regarding the correspondence from the Minister of Finance to the fore. We haven't seen the response that you read out in here, but just to put it on the record that we've had several engagements with the Ministry of Finance about all the financial concerns in the portfolio, also inclusive of the SABC's needs, in particularly also for the election, as members of the portfolio committee have repeatedly highlighted. And I know for certain that there's also been very repetitive engagements that have taken place between the Director General from our end and also the Director General from National Treasury. So that's just to put that on the record. But I do think just in the spirit of collegiality, I would want to then engage with the Minister of Finance subsequent to now the knowledge of this correspondence that we have shared, just so that we establish where the broken lines may be, because from our end we have always engaged and highlighted where the immediate needs are and how we would prefer those to be resolved. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Very good morning, Honorable Chair. I want to greet the honorable members. Good morning to the Minister and to all on the platform, including the councillors from ICASA. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to request Zayton, if we could please put up the presentation. I'd like to take you through in terms of the background as well as the rationale for the withdrawal of the national AI policy, as the Minister has introduced the matter. Zayton, if you could assist with the presentation, please.
I'll try to share from my side. If you can just give me a moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We can then move to slide 2. Honorable members, with regards to our presentation, obviously we'll provide the overview as well as the rationale. The minister has highlighted, slide 2 please, the minister has highlighted the fact that we have now included interventions, including the appointment of the expert panel of experts to assist us with the review process. We will then also take you through what we have done in terms of the consequence management, and then open it and lend back to you, Chair, for perhaps any clarity questions. Mindful, I might indicate, honorable members, that obviously we're currently still busy with the investigation. So there's likely that there's some information of which for the public audience, because it is still under the consequence management, we will not be able to share on a public platform. The department published, as you know, honorable members, the National Artificial Intelligence Policy. This was on the 10th of April. And whilst we had already started receiving some public comments, it was also then discovered during this period that there were then fictitious references that were in the policy that were used using generative AI. And obviously that then led to the minister's decision to withdraw the policy from public comment. This series of events, honorable members, and I think to the general public, is highly regrettable on the side of the department. And for us to ensure that we really restore the credibility as well as the integrity, both of government as well as this department, we then thought it was important that the policy itself be withdrawn and that we basically do a thorough review of and the development of a policy. And this is basically where we're at now. The withdrawal of the policy would then obviously ensure a comprehensive review, and I'm going to invite my colleague, Ms. Jeanette Morane, to take us through that. She's the acting DDG. The DCDT is currently enforcing, as I said, our own internal responsive AI use policy framework. We've already taken it through the governance structures in the department. It will now serve before EXCO. In EXCO before then, we have it approved. And this will also assist us, I think, internally to make sure that everyone has a proper framework as well as guidance in terms of how we use AI in all our documents, both public as well as the internal ones. With that then, honorable members, I'd like to invite Ms. Morane to please then take us through the next couple of slides with regards to the interventions themselves and what we're intending to go about with regards to the development of the policy. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Minister, DG, and councillors from ICASA as well as colleagues. The DG and the Minister has already given the background, and if I may request the Secretariat to put this on the slide mode. As Minister has indicated, in order to ensure that the revised policy is credible, evidence-based, and substantively sound, He has then constituted a 7-member expert review panel to provide advisory guidance on the review process for the policy. And this panel constitute experts in their distinguished areas, mainly on the issues around AI research, law, and governance. The panel is, the minister has also appointed Professor Benjamin Rossman from Wits University as the chair of the panel. And the members of the panel include, firstly, Professor Vukosi Marivate from the University of Pretoria. He's an associate professor, but also he is a director of the African Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. And through the facilitation of the department, he has also been recently appointed as part of a member of the United Nations AI Task Committee. Secondly, we have Professor Alison Gilwart, an executive director of Research ICT Africa, and she is also a leading expert on digital policy. We also have Ms. Heather Evin, a seasoned legal expert and partner at Bowmans, specializing in competition law and regulatory compliance. Number 4, we have Dr. Tshepo Fela from the National Planning Commission, and he's a technology strategist, often involved in government ICT initiatives and digital economy research. And number 5, we have Dr. Jabu Mtsweni from the CSIR, the Council for Research, and he is a head of Cyber and Information Security Center. He's an expert in cybersecurity and data science. And lastly, we have Advocate Lufuno Chikalange, a legal professional at Chikosi Attorneys with deep experience in cyber law, public sector governance, and legislative drafting. So we felt that these experts will then be able to help us ensure that the policy that we reintroduce later for public comments will be based on the best available evidence aligned with South Africa's priorities. If you can move to the next slide, please. And then in terms of the scope of work of the panel exists to assist the minister in producing a revised draft national AI policy that is credible, evidence-based, and substantively sound. And their mandate is mainly advisory, and their scope is limited to the following. Firstly, to assess the soundness of policy positions in the withdrawn draft, the adequacy of its evidence base and its alignment with international best practice, and they will then provide, the department will provide them at the beginning with a framing document, and they will make sure that they align with that, and that framing document sets out government strategic priorities, constitutional and legislative principles, as well as policy direction for the review. Secondly, they will help in identifying specific sections of policy positions that require revision, expansion, or removal with supporting reasons. They will thirdly recommend verified published sources to replace fictitious citations and to strengthen the evidence base for substantive policy positions. Number 4, they will provide written advisory opinions on specific questions referred to the panel by the minister. And lastly, they will help in reviewing the draft policy document and draft discussion document at the end of the drafting phase and issuing a final advisory opinion on whether the documents accurately reflect the panel recommendations and whether any material concerns remain. So I think it's also important to re-emphasize that the panel will not be drafting the policy. Their role will be mainly advisory for the minister, and the minister will take their recommendations And along with the team that we have set up in the department, we will then be redrafting the document. The department will also lead on conducting any necessary stakeholder engagements to finalize the review of the policy. And once the document is republished or gazetted for public comments, broader public engagements will then take place. If you can move to the next slide, please. The next slide focuses on the project plan that we have unpacked for this review process. The overall review process is designed to allow the revised policy documents to be submitted to Cabinet by November 2026, with a target publication date for public comment of January 2027. We started off in phase 1 in the month of May by the establishment of the panel by the Minister, and also the drafting of the terms of reference, as well as a framing document that will be provided to the panel. And we will have our first panel meeting in the next week or two. And the main purpose of the meeting is to take the panel through the terms of reference and make sure that we collectively adopt with them and they understand their role. And then they will kick off the work as the panel. And in July, the focus will be on advisory review, aligning thematic issue notes with panel advisory responses. In August, which is phase 3, they will then look at consolidation, looking at providing us with a consolidated recommendation report that they will sign off as a panel. And then between August and September, after engagements with the Minister, then the drafting of the new document will kick off. And along with a draft discussion document. In October, the panel will then take the drafted document, review it, and provide a final advisory opinion. And the document will then be submitted to the Minister for final clearing as well as sign off. And then in November, we will then take this through to Cabinet, including all the necessary governance structures, including the forum of DGs as well as other government clusters for approval, so that this new version of the policy can then be gazetted and published for comments. If you can move to the next slide. The next slide, I think it will be covered by the DG, so I'll hand over back to the DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Honorable members, as I indicated earlier, owing to the gravity of the matter, the department has now taken consequence management. The process is still ongoing. At the moment, we have placed 2 officials on precautionary suspension on the fact that obviously we have discovered that there has been an irresponsible use of the tools. We have not declared as such that the AI tools would have been used on this and amongst obviously other matters that have since transpired during the course of the investigation. But because obviously the matter is still under the consequence management, we would at the moment have very limited information that we can share on a public platform. Suffice to say, obviously we are guided by the various prescripts within the public service. We intend to ensure, honorable members, that this process is concluded within 60 days within the prescript. The moment we have sufficiently moved on, we've concluded on the preliminary investigation. We have also identified the areas in terms of the transgression. We have appointed both an investigation officer, and at the moment we've also secured the chairs to then assist us within the disciplinary processes that will be taking place. We currently finalizing these particular documents, which have been complied by the investigating officer along with our HR team, and we anticipate that these disciplinary hearings will be commencing within the next week or two, at the very latest with that. As indicated by the Minister, the outcomes of which, after the proper due process have been followed, we would be able to provide further details and update to the Portfolio Committee, along with other structures of government, which we are obviously obligated to do so. We have been in touch with the officials. I want to also indicate that one of our concerns that we've had obviously would have been the fact that we are guided by a number of prescripts as such, and we are not obligated to share further details with regards to information about the officials as such. So that we would probably then conclude our presentation in this regard, and as I indicated, that we will be able to update the committee from time to time with regards to the progress, both in terms of the review of the policy as well as the matters related to consequence management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG, ask Jeanette and the Minister for that presentation. Honourable members, you have listened to the department. I mean, needless to say, this was, quite a public issue, an embarrassment on government and the state, I think, as a whole. So I'm sure you are keen to understand the circumstances under which it would have occurred. And this is the presentation from the department. Honourable Botlani, you have your hand up. I will also just call on members. If you could show by show of hands who would wish to make an input. You may proceed, Honourable Botlani.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, perhaps to welcome the presentation and the Minister taking us into his confidence. Really appreciate it, Chair. All I need is guidance from yourself, Chairperson, considering that this is an operational issue, as it were, and it was not in front of Parliament, but we do accept that it was a matter of interest in the country. How are we engaging it? Are we asking for clarity, picking questions to the department and the Minister, or are we making input on what the process should be? Please guide us in that regard so that at least there's an understanding of how we engage this document. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Honourable. I'm hoping I'm hearing you. Your line was not too good. What I think I heard you saying is the purpose of the engagement with relation to this matter. Now, I had said right at the onset that the Minister, as well as the ANC and the MKP, had requested that we put this matter on the agenda. For me, it stands to reason that it goes to the heart of us questioning and inquiring on the policy development process, as well as the responsible use of AI within the department. Obviously, the corrective measures that would be implemented moving forward, which I think is what the presentation would have tried to speak to. It's important that we get a sense of what are the lessons learned during this process so that it does not reoccur. I think members will know that soon after this particular debacle, the Department of Home Affairs also had a policy that they had issued for public comment in January, February, if I'm not mistaken, where it was later discovered that that too had, used AI in its development, I'm assuming, and again, officials were scapegoated in this. So we're trying to understand where exactly is the breakdown, how is this being managed, and at which point and who needs to be held responsible. I'm not sure if that covers it, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Shongwe, welcome back. I see you have your hand up. Let me take you, and then you'll be followed by Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Greetings to members, colleagues, and officials, and to yourself, Chair. Chair, my questions will be very, very short, but I may come with the follow-up later on. In a lack of a better or English word, I would use a Kasi language. You've also raised an issue of Home Affairs having a similar problem, which means our departments are full of abomashaya, abantu abamokolayo, who are lazy and they rush to use the AI to draft important documents. So what I want us to understand from the department, Chair, is that this advisory board, I'm concerned about it. Who's going to pay them? And number two, where are they coming from? And is there a necessity for the advisory committee, or I don't know what is committee of board, whatever, but is there a necessity for that? Because I see us going again in wasting money to correct something that was AI drafted, where we can do better than that. Does this mean the department lacks people who can assist the minister? And my worry is that imali zosetshenziswa Chair might be needed elsewhere, where we can do better. And then number two, Chair, the suspension of these two members. To me, it sounds like there is again abomashaya again. It's either by the minister himself or the department, where they are on precautionary suspension. We cannot be embarrassed in the country and we put people on precaution where we know that they already did wrong and they had already used state resources and time, including embarrassing the whole sitting minister. It may be from DA, but end of the day is a minister of all of us South Africans. So I think the precautionary word doesn't sit well with me. Does that mean the department doesn't know what to do with people who do such horrible things in our department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me greet yourself, greet Minister Malatsi, colleagues in the call, and fellow South Africans. Chairperson, let me at the outset express my disappointment at the presentation that we have received. As you had alluded to, I would have been one of the persons who would have appealed to yourself, to your office, to call the minister to us to account. What we would have wanted to have seen is a far more substantive presentation. A presentation that addresses the root cause, and that is, where did we drop the ball? Rather, the presentation attempts to sidetrack and appraise us in terms of a root cause and move straight into damage control and what we're going to do. So I want to just record that the presentations fall short of talking to that. Chairperson, I have a series of questions that I would like to engage, and I'd like to beg your indulgence to deal with these questions in substantively. The policy passed the CS certification, which for honorable members and fellow South Africans is a socio-economic impact assessment system. It's legally required. It's a government-mandated framework that's used to assess the potential social and economic costs, the benefits, and the risks of proposed legislation or policies before they're introduced to Cabinet. So it passed this process in early February 2026. Then it achieved the DG cluster concurrence. We were briefed as a portfolio committee on the 24th of February, and then it was approved by Cabinet on the 25th of March. And at each of these stages, Chairperson, these fictitious references were undetected. Now, we must get from the department a root cause analysis identifying, Chairperson, which specific control failed, and at which stage. When the AI, and at which stage were the AI references generated and introduced into the document and the full chain of approvals. Because, Chairperson, the Honorable Minister has mentioned, and this concerns me, Chairperson, in his introductory comments, he says that the internal processes fail to pick up the use of AI. Now, that's a very fundamental indictment on the internal processes, because part of our understanding as legislature is that there should be strict internal processes, because I've just outlined the various changes that this AI would have been through. It begs me, therefore, to ask the question that what are these internal processes? Are they strong enough? Are they agile? Are they responsible? Are they reliable? And what measures is the minister doing other than appointing a panel to strengthen this internal processes? And maybe, Minister Malatsi, if the internal process is your basis of reliability, and this is what you depend on, maybe the question I would then be compelled to ask is the same internal process then that validated your decision to withdraw the 1 kg exclusivity of SAPO just 3 days before the RFQ closed? Because begs me to ask that question. What is this internal process that you rely on that is failing to detect such huge anomalies in the way we are running this department? Chairperson, that was maybe my first question. And maybe my second question, I think Honorable Shongwe may have alluded to this, but I'd like to ask it in a more direct fashion. Now, this entire process has taken time and cost. So now, has this irregular drafting been classified as a fruitless and a wasteful expenditure, or has it been recorded as an irregular expenditure which will be disclosed to the AG? Now, here why I'm quite incensed why we never get a deep dive into the problems is that our own interrogation of this, and many members have requested, have spoken about the ANC study group. The ANC study group has interrogated this document. And we have found, Chairperson, that all references, that there are 28 footnotes and 67 bibliography. Now, there's a discrepancy between the number of footnotes and the bibliography, and this is very odd for a policy of this kind. Now, what this means is that, and we've done the numbers, that 50 bibliography references are not in the footnotes. Now, I would have expected a presentation of this nature coming before this committee would have identified these problem areas, because that begs me to ask the next question is how much of the original AI draft policy that was gazetted was generated by AI, and how much of it is still applicable to the policies going forward? Or do we, rubbish everything that was done altogether, which I don't agree with? But this is what the anomaly in the presentation that we've received this morning begs us to ask that question. What I've gathered is this panel will decide for us and inform us what is applicable and what is not applicable. We respect the laws of the land that the names of the officials that have been suspended cannot and should not be disclosed. However, at least the rank of these officials, has any senior management been implicated? And maybe also, Chairperson, does the minister as the executive authority accept that ministerial oversight of the pre-publication process is also at issue, given that the policy was gazetted in his name? Chairperson, I am concerned over slide 4. Firstly, it has an error in the spelling of Professor Gillwald's name. It's not Guildwald, it is spelled Gill. And in a document like this, which is supposed to be a corrective document, more care ought to have been taken. But more substantively, Chair, I'm extremely concerned about the composition of this panel. The panel excludes, Chairperson, organized labor. It includes digital rights society, civil society. It excludes SMMEs in the AI value chain. And it excludes communities that are subject to algorithmic decision-making.
At the same time, Chair, several members in the advisory committee, in the panel, they have commercial relationships or with government or with industry. Now, will the department publish firstly the panel's full terms of reference and each member's conflict of interest declaration? And maybe the next question, Honorable Shongwe has spoken about this. Where does this budget sit within the department of this cost of this panel? My next question, following up on the panel chairperson, is the panel's mandate, we've heard, is advisory only, which means that the minister retains the final authority and he may selectively apply its recommendations out of the panel without public disclosure. Aligned to that, maybe my question then would be, will the minister commit to publishing the panel's full advisory opinions alongside the revised draft policy and issuing a written explanation wherever the panel advice has not been adopted, and maybe tabling the panel's recommendations before this portfolio committee? And maybe last question, Chairperson, maybe never say last. I think I've learned that as parliamentarians, we never say last. Maybe the policy was open for public comment for 16 days before the withdrawal, during which submissions were made or would have been made by the public. Now, what is the legal and procedural status of those submissions? Can we get clarity on that? And did any of these submissions flag the AI references made as the withdrawal was really as a result of the expose of News 24? Chairperson, maybe my last point would be that I note also in the panel, at least from what I've gathered, that there's no international expert on the panel. Now, for me, that would be remiss, because I don't think none of the experts in this panel have actually been involved in writing AI policy before. It's much a learning curve for them, as it is for us, as it is for many nations in the world, because AI is a disruptive technology that countries have to legislate, have to create policies. My question around this panel, is it not prudent, therefore, to have an international expert from a country that has developed AI policy, who will then be able to enrich and guide this committee, this panel, better from their lived experience in drafting? Chairperson, I'll pause at this juncture with an opportunity to come back if the need arises. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for this indulgence.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Nchabeling.
Chairperson, thank you so much, and good morning to honorable members as well as executives on the panel. I think, Chair, this issue of the AI policy is really quite huge and very concerning, by the way. One, given the fact that I think we're not being given a full picture, because I would have expected the presentation to go into detail in explaining the reasoning behind, because we are here today because there was a cited issue around the policy of AI policy, which was submitted to have had errors. And when we must admit, we're living in an AI age. Even the current process we are undertaking is AI generated. So for us to come hard on AI itself is going to be disingenuous as a position, because we all depend on these AI tools. But having said that, is the question of this particular process brings us to the fact that we have been reported that 2 officials have been suspended, as well as there's been action now that after this current report we had, that the officials are undergoing investigation, and then there will be a report out of the investigation which will not be publicized. Again, it's a problem. And then after that, there will be remedial or action taken, which is either, to charge or to process further the officials. So the question must be asked quickly to say, why? I mean, we've had problems with processes of this nature. It cannot be, one, that individuals are the ones responsible when this was a collective process. The ministry, the minister from the desk of the minister, the DG as well as the Director General's consent, including the processes by which this process follows to reach to the point where it's gazetted as well as publicized. So you can see that there's been a huge procedure miss, a miss here, in a sense that things were not done accordingly in that sense that it should have been provided through. And I just wanted to ask quickly from the minister's point of view. Minister, you're saying that you're putting up a panel, and this panel's responsibility, one is to advise on restructuring the AI policy. You know, my colleague asked the same question, and my other colleague, Subrati, asked the same question on the cost to facilitating for this process when inside your department you should be having policy drafting expertise. Yes, AI is a new phenomenon for everyone. I don't even think internationally there is any individual who has all the skills required for this particular environment of AI policy. But from a South African point of view, the legislative framework is very standard. It's an AI aspiration, it's vision, it's your mission, it's your preambles in terms of your policy. But to set up a huge committee like this that is going to help with something that ordinarily should be led within the department, it means we are doing again what we are trying to discourage, the outsourcing of departmental responsibility over to the private sector, and in this case, utilizing private organizations and institutions, law firms, etc., and whoever you bring in on board. This is not a justifiable cost, and we want to see where and what funds are you using and appropriating from which program in order to finance this particular an enterprise exercise for this particular board or panel. The next question is to do with the issue of how the selection criteria, because I never saw an advert of the panel being publicized. We are hearing that there is a panel which has been established, but there was never an open, transparent, accountable process which was undertaken to give insights into how these people will be selected. So from one mistake in terms of a mistaken references of an AI policy, the policy was not incompletely wrong. It was just references that were incompletely, misappropriately placed. From one reference issue, we're now jumping to one, creating another panel which has no, I don't know if it's illegal to even create, which has not even been publicized in a public manner, in a transparent, in an open manner, whereby people had the opportunity to be actually nominated onto the panel. That's one of the things I want to know. Additional questions, Minister, will be that, when did you receive this first AI draft policy? And when did the minister's advisors first receive this draft AI policy? And what was the steps taken in order to incorporate it? Because if I receive something, I have to verify it myself, and I have to go through the balance processes and checks and balances. The references that are cited when you received this particular policy, were there in the documentation? They say that there is hallucination references that are inside the policy. Were those particular references inside the initial draft that the minister received? On your advisory panel, Minister, who was responsible for going through and verifying and making sure that they can read through and verify the draft policy on this AI policy proposal? The same questions apply to the DG. When did the DG's advisors receive the first AI draft policy? The DG was given the policy. The DG has people that advises the DG, with the Director Generals, etc. And how was the process undertaken in a similar question format, in terms of when they identified the hallucination reference points, etc. And who perused through and who did processes and checks? I know for a fact every document has a signature of approval and verification from being attended to within departments. That system is in the various departments and in the Department of Communications as well as Digital Technology. That system exists where a document passes through processes as and when it passes through a process is checked and signed by various executives as well as managers involved in the process. Did the draft at that point contain any of the hallucination references that are made in this particular claim and assertion? And if it did contain those references, why did the department agree to passing through those references and accepting them? And considering that the policy went through all these internal structures in the department, your MENCO, your EXCO, your minister's advisors, did you not realize that it was the system in the DCDT that was at fault rather than the people currently being involved in this nature? You know, South Africa, we are quick to rush through and say people are wrong when the system had failed in the process. So I just want to verify that did we really come to the point where we had, let's say, 3 or 5 individuals which were wrong? As it is reported that there were 2 people currently suspended. We don't know who they are. But in the case of this matter, were you sure that it was the people or it was the system that had failed? And I want to bring this committee to that realization that sometimes we actually get failed by systems. I will give you a point of one. When we draft processes, we draft systems, we draft documents, a lot of the references are internet-based. And knowing what the internet produces, almost, I would even assume that 100% of the internet references are AI generated because there has to be an AI engine behind it. When you do searches on processes, documents, as well as information, stats, that it actually gathers it through AI generated. So AI is not wrong as a tool. The utilization of AI without proper verification is at fault, and the system in which it was applied. So I wanted to bring that to the realization that we are blaming as if an AI law is wrong to bring in an AI regulation, but whereas the issue is not just the AI, is bigger than the AI issue. And the fact that AI is so pervasive in our lives today that it doesn't even relate to, for instance, digital communications as well as communications. It relates to a far bigger environment. Cars are now operated through AI. Camera environment of your vehicles, your aspect of technology today is all AI. And we are supposed to be ahead of this curve. But instead, we have been reactive to a process. And I'm saying this to just bring home the fact that we have to be serious about what we want to achieve. Minister, I don't think the process was necessary to reverse rather than correcting the process of the bill, and on top of it, taking a punitive measure to place executives under due distress when the process was undertaken collectively. At some point, that process should be reviewed to say, no, it was not right to do the steps, etc., of having to isolate individuals rather than having had a collective responsibility process on saying as a department, because this ends at the door of the minister as well as the DG, not the officials. We've seen this in other committees whereby there was errors in the publication of, I think it was the pricing. One morning, there was a pricing of petrol, which was an error on it. And that pricing was just instrumental error. And that error was picked up and we actually reported on it. And in that process, there was a process undertaken, but not to the extreme point where everything else was completely removed because of an error. These errors will occur and occur regularly. The system has to have the integrity to prevent its occurrences in this case. So that's what I wanted to do. What lessons have we learned And how can we use these lessons to improve the functioning of the current system in the Department of Communication and Digital Technology? And the other aspect of it is, Minister, I don't support, for one, the creation of a separate panel to adjudicate or even look into the creation of an AI policy. Yes, there's expertise. If we want to do a policy contribution towards AI, maybe call for a colloquium, bring all stakeholders under one umbrella, have a 2-3 days policy drafting process, rather than isolating this process to few individuals who would be paid, because they are not going to be doing this voluntarily, who would be paid from a department where there was not even a budget set out at the outset for this particular exercise. And the other questions, I think, Chair, I will just take the opportunity to send them as written questions later, but I'm a bit perturbed in the manner in which this matter was actually attended to and how it was actually dealt with. But I trust that as a committee, we are dealing with it. The presentation was a bit scanty. It didn't provide any much information or insights. And instead, it just talked about remedial, reactive remedial processes that are actually being taken, rather than focusing on what really went wrong. And I believe the system was at error in this case. That is my submission, Chair. Thank you. And I'll send the follow-up questions, and I'll hopefully raise some other questions at a later stage during this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nchabileng. Honorable Chauke Adonis, you had your hand up. I'm not sure if you have been covered.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have already been greatly covered, especially by Honorable Sobrati and Honorable Nchabileng. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Subrati, you've had a brainwave. What's happening?
No, Chairperson, I didn't have a brainwave. I realized there was a very fundamental question I forgot to ask the Honorable Minister. We all know that the challenge with the thing of AI is that it hallucinates. And knowing this about AI, and the second thing about AI, tells you what you need to know, even if it hallucinates to tell you what you need to know. So maybe it's the Honorable Member, Honorable Minister. I mean, we don't have a problem with AI. We have a problem of how we manage AI. So, Honorable Minister, 2 questions I need to ask you, because throughout of this, I'm incensed by the fact that these internal mechanisms, it went through cabinet, it went through all these processes. Did you ask the following 2 questions to the team? Was AI used at all in any of the processes? Did you ask them that question? And secondly, as a follow-up to that question, did you ask them if AI was used, was there human oversight over the use of AI? Those are the 2 critical questions, Chairperson, any policy that we come up with will ask. And therefore, I'm directing it directly to the Minister of AI. Did he ask these 2 questions? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi, all honorable members, for your inputs. There's quite a lot of questions, and I think most of the issues that I had have been covered. Just 1 or 2. I'm interested in the DG used the word transgression, and maybe let me preface my input by saying I take issue with the fact that such a spectacle is created, and instead of seeking to understand, I mean, it was exactly a month ago today, when the minister withdrew this policy, and his first reaction that we would have seen was on social media already saying people will be punished. I have a problem with that. I would have thought that we would have sought to understand what happened, and then on the basis of that, determine responsibility, and then, if necessary, institute consequence management. So the knee-jerk reaction that goes after people as if everybody is expendable, I have a problem with, and I'm just putting that on record. Having said that, I want to understand then what is the transgression, because the DG in her input, she says there has been a transgression. does this department have an internal policy on the responsible use of AI? I would assume so if you want to call it a transgression that has happened. What is it that you are looking to be charging these employees with? Do you have an internal policy on the responsible use of AI, which I hope you would, given the fact that you are the lead department on matters relating to AI and should be operating within some sort of framework. I think Honorable Nchabeleng has covered me a bit on the chain of custody, because I also wanted to ask the question that on which version were the hallucinations introduced? Was it before or after it went to Menco? Was it before or after it went to Exco? Was it before or after it went to the ministry? And within these, what was the responsibilities and the inputs that were made by these bodies? So did the minister's office make any additions to the document? I'm sure version control should tell us that. And it being a month later since this issue would have happened, I am hoping that you would have taken the time to look into these issues, and you should have by now isolated the version where the hallucinations were introduced. And then finally, on the selection of the panel, I think the question has been asked how you went about selecting this panel. Some of the members have asked you about the cost of the panel. I'm just interested to find out, for example, Ms. Heather Ivan, she's a legal expert and partner at Bowman's. Is this panel being remunerated? And if so, how is Bowman's in particular, were they selected rather than perhaps one of the other firms who are not fighting the legal sector code or any other firm? So how did we come to the selection of Bowman in particular? And then just for my own interest, Advocate Chika Lange, you're saying that he's a legal professional at a firm of attorneys. I'm not sure how that happens. Is he a consultant at this legal firm? And again, how was that firm selected out of the many legal firms that are there? I'm just trying to check if I had any other issue on this, but I think I've been covered. Yeah, I think I've been covered by the other honorable members that have spoken. Over to you, Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair, and excuse me. Thanks very much, Chair, and the honourable members for the questions. I'll start with them because I think a lot of them relate to particularly also the role of the ministry and the involvement of the minister in the process. And then on the technical aspects, I'll ask the DG and the acting DDG to come in. And perhaps starting with Honourable Shongwe, Shongwe's questions, particularly around the approach of a precautionary suspension vis-a-vis any other action that he would have preferred. I think in here we're guided, and the DG can add to this at a later stage. We're guided by the provisions of, the labor laws requirement. I think, the basic approach in any event of consequence management means that you have to follow due process and can't just get to the ultimate decision, whatever that may be, before giving people a fair opportunity through an established process that is consistent with the provisions of what the public service regulations in conjunction with our labor laws require. And then secondly, on the question which he asked around the cost for potential or remuneration of the panel, which other members have equally asked. The services of the members of the panel will be pro bono. The only cost associated which the department would bear would be on logistical support, which would include, if needs be, things like for transportation purposes, if there are in-person meetings or of that nature, and arrangements, if needs be, of a venue, if that needs be. So there won't be any remuneration directly going to these individuals, and we are grateful that given their expertise and also their roles, that they've agreed to play a part in this process at no cost to the department when it comes to remuneration. And the other point, which relates to what Honorable Nchabeling was asking around the cost in terms of where would the budget then be coming from, even if it's for those miscellaneous expenses around logistics and traveling, is that for the process of any policy development, there's always resources that are put in place to support that work. So it wouldn't necessarily be taking away from Program A in order to make this funding available from here, because even from the start, and the DG can add the exact figure, there had been a budget that had been or funds that had been made available to the team around this in the event that they felt they needed any additional resources externally, so in order to help with their work. And then to come to the Honorable Nchabaling's point, which he makes several points, but chief amongst those are the issue of systems vis-a-vis people. And I think an honest reflection of the events, particularly around this, would reveal that we have both a systems challenge and equally a people challenge. I think the point that you make, Honorable Nchabeling, about AI being pervasive, is an accurate point, and there is nothing in principle wrong with the use and reliance on AI. I think the two things that are critical linked to that is where there is use of AI and all its other features, it is incumbent that there is disclosure around its use. And secondly, which is where the department, in this case, we fell short, is around internal processes for AI authentication and verification, so that in the event that there aren't any of those disclosures, because there will be instances where, whether intentionally or unintentionally, people don't disclose their reliance on AI usage in the formulation of documents and policies, and that may happen in a naughty fashion, that there are internal guardrails. And I think the one point that I would want to acknowledge in all of this is that internally, that is where we came short, in that in the absence of internal AI authentication and verification systems, we then found ourselves vulnerable and were not able to pick up on these fictitious references at all times. And then secondly, around the composition of the panel, which is what also other members alluded to. I think, colleagues, it's also important to acknowledge that the identification and composition of these individuals who, anyone who has followed their work would be able to acknowledge the fact that all these individuals, whether it's Professor Marivate or Prof. Benji, the work that they've done, and they are even globally recognized individuals that are prominent around both the work on AI governance and AI policy direction, does not mean that the engagements that both the panel or the internal team in the department responsible for the drafting would be restricted to that. There is still going to be engagements with external stakeholders that are done, but I think it's always important that in establishing the course, we looked at the variety of skills and a balanced approach around both academia, governance, technology, even components of cyber security, that we have a manageable team that has a fair resemblance of the broad spectrum of anything related to AI governance, AI use in society, that would then provide the guidance in terms of the other additional engagements that will have to take place and will definitely take place with the rest of society. And Honorable Nchabeling also asked about when did I first receive this policy document and interacted with it. From our records, it does show that the policy was finalized in March 2025. A lot of the work the initial work had taken place towards the end of the sixth administration. And in fact, just to start with the sequence, between August and November 2024, that was the time that the department received the input from stakeholders on the initial AI policy framework. And then that was followed by a lot of, the review of that work that was led by the team. And then the draft was then finalized, in March 2025, which then meant that internally, that's when the engagement started taking place. Had first interaction with the policy in March 2025, which was the time that the request that was accompanying the document for submissions to get the CS certification that Honorable Subrathi had made reference to. And this is where, in the chain of command, starting from the DG, the Deputy Minister, and myself, we have the opportunity then to make inputs on the document, as it were. And we provided extensive feedback in terms of the interaction with the document. That led to a revised version of the policy document being submitted by the team in July 2025. And around this time, this was also the time where the team had made the request that we start processing this through the different clusters. And this took place between the 20th of August and the 4th of September, culminating in obtaining the CS certificate on the 15th of September. And I'm just sharing this to just show the chronology of events around involvement and the feedback and the review that would have been submitted and given to the team in line of what our observations were on the policy and the concerns and areas for improvement that we felt, which were very detailed and submitted to the team. Again, I acknowledge the point that at all of these stages, the substance of the document, around more so the issues that were raised, there had not been any red flags about any undeclared use of AI, and on the referencing part, at that time, and even throughout the policy developments, we had taken the reliance that the referencing is in line with the substance of the document. And perhaps in hindsight, this is where the oversight from our end and from my end comes in, because we did not individually go through the verification of each and every reference. And while at this stage, one may argue that would have been a major lapse on oversight, and we'll take the criticism around that. I think it's also fair to acknowledge the point around that dealing with the substantive issues of the policy, there was always an expectation that something as basic and fundamental to the credibility of the outcome of this would have been held. And then going to the questions that Honorable Subrathi raised, particularly around the timeline of interaction. I think I've dealt with that in terms of both the first interaction with the document and CS process, including when the revised document was resubmitted. Honorable Brathi did ask the two pointed questions prior to the latter ones around the root cause analysis and when this emerged. I mean, this is what partly part of the internal investigation, seeks to establish. Because as I indicated earlier in response to Honorable Nchabeleng's questions, at the various interactions that, at the ministry we've had with the policy document, one, there was no indication of, whether there'd been reliance on AI in the formulation of the policy or non-disclosure around unverified references, which sometimes in the course of a draft document, there is often that disclaimer. It's often done frequently in academia and other spaces wherein references are yet to be verified, that there can be a disclaimer around that, just to ensure that you cover all bases and areas where faults may emerge later. I think I've dealt with the direct question around as to whether we picked it up during all of that process, as to whether there were AI hallucinations in terms of the references. The truth is we didn't. We didn't pick it up at that. We didn't robustly engage with all of the references. For the reasons that I shared earlier enough, and it speaks to the fundamental point which he later makes around internal AI authentication and what the chairperson raised. A lot of reliance has been around individual disclosures rather than having an internal authentication or verification system. And one of the honorable members, I think it was either Shongwe or Nchabeleng, raised the question about what are some of the lessons taken in here. And it relates particularly around that in order for robust oversight to happen, two key things need to happen, and one of which one of which the DG has already begun to initiate is around the installation of internal AI authentication and verification guardrails, so that where in instances where the disclosures do not happen, the department has done its due diligence to ensure that we safeguard our own integrity and the internal processes around that. And then secondly, it's around the fundamental point that also gets being raised about actions on officials responsible for this or accountability. I think the approach in here, which I think even members themselves are trying to highlight in here, is that we are dealing with an evolving technology, and one which means that for many of us, even for the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, is grappling to, one, respond appropriately to, and to be internally fully capacitated to ensure that our response is exemplary in dealing with its influence and impact in the nature of our work. I think the process that's being initiated is meant to ensure that, one, there is corrective action that can happen both in the systems of the department and what Honorable Nchabeleng raised, and secondly, in terms of the responsibility that we and the entire chain of command of individuals with all these responsibilities in the department we have, so that we are able to at all times act appropriately and be held responsible for that. And then lastly, on the stakeholders, because I don't think I fully covered that point. As I said, so once the selection of any panel will run the risk of one thing. There will always be views that, you know, there could have been more additions of other individuals in the process. And I think we take the feedback that some members have made, in particular around, you know, there could have been inclusions of labor or any other or international experts for this matter, notwithstanding that some of the individuals themselves, despite their South African nationality, are actually international experts in this space, that they have the liberty and the responsibility to engage as broadly and as widely as possible, including, you know, the leading voices in all of these areas. And Honorable Nchaveling, just to assure you that one, it is not taking away the essence of the department doing the actual in terms of the policy drafting. In the presentation, there would have been a section that has been shared, which highlights the officials internally led by Acting DDG Murwani, who would be responsible for much, if not all, of the actual drafting of the work. And then this panel is merely its responsibilities to provide the advisory council on it and also deal with, you know, the verifications that we have highlighted and any other of the quality assurance that is necessary in order to have a product and outcome that I think you know, would be a source of pride for all of us. In terms of, you know, covering up all the work that would be done around this. And then lastly, just so that there is no sense of omission, is around the selection, I think pointed directly to the chair's question of Bowman's. What we tried to look at, and this was the source of, you know, extensive discussion between both myself and the Director General in identifying, you know, the type of skills and caliber of individuals that we thought would play a meaningful role in this process, was to look at a balanced approach to the composition of the skills, so that from academia, you know, there is sufficient representation, but also from a governance perspective, and also, you know, from a technology avenue, which has, you know, an impact on the legal ramifications or impacts of AI in the space. Say, which kind of skills do we then need? And then let's then look at some of the people who are leading, you know, voices or personalities in that space, who want to play a contribution towards the work that we want to do. There were instances wherein some weren't available, and eventually some were available. But our viewpoint is that the panel represents a credible group of professionals who would enrich the work that needs to be done, particularly in terms of guiding a fault-free policy outcome that will be able to, you know, circumvent some of the shortcomings that we encountered with this, and engage substantively with all of the other players. I think it is quite clear, colleagues, that even outside of, you know, the technology space, there is such a massive appetite across different sectors, even in health, you know, even in the legal fraternity, to make a contribution towards our country's AI policy regime. And that we are cognizant of, and that's the spirit with which even the work that the panel is going to be doing in conjunction with the internal team that will be responsible for the crafting and finalization of the policy will be able to do. And we believe in that process, it will also help with, you know, key skills transfer internally, because that's the other point which I think one of the members provoked with their question that, you know, do we think we've got sufficient internal skills, particularly around AI and new technologies internally? The truth of the matter is we don't, and that's why we want to increasingly enhance that capacity in order to make sure that we can confidently at all times indicate that we are satisfied with the level of skills capability that we have around this matter. With that, Chair, I'll just want to invite both the DG and the DDG to make additions where I may have inadvertently omitted some contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and once again, thank you to the honourable members. Both questions, and I think some of them have been comments as well in terms of how we enrich and look at some of the blind spots. Maybe just to complement, because the Minister has substantively responded on the questions. Honourable members, we don't have as I said, there's a draft framework towards then the responsible use of AI as well. And whilst we were in the drafting process with the draft national AI, we were working with the National School of Government equally to also develop a holistic framework for all of government. Obviously, that work is still continuing with the NSG, but we were hoping to use the AI document as then the overarching framework. But suffice to say that the most important aspect of that would have been the ethical use of AI, of which that work is we're going to use that as a basis for then developing a holistic government-wide framework. And then similarly, I think the Minister has indicated with regards to the advisory board, it is pro bono. Funding is available, honourable members. We've identified that. There was also going to have been additional funding for the implementation of the AI program for this year. So there is still sufficient funding for the operationalization of the work of the expert group. And we are not paying them. And as such, I think there was a comment, a question by Honourable Subrati. Yes, the issue of the conflict of interest, there is a document that we've worked on in terms of all members of the expert group to complete and to declare that their conflict of interest. The names of the groups, honourable members, whilst I listed them as individuals, they are actually representing various associations and forums, public forums that have engaged extensively on the work, on our work within AI, and also both individually as well as collectively, as I said, various forums and associations. And I want to just emphasize on some of them. You would recall that last year when we were under the G20, some of these, there was obviously a segment related on AI governance, both for under the G20 South Africa chairship as well as under the AU. And some of those panel members are stemming from that in terms of then the question that was asked about the international presence. Yes, honourable members, extensive international work that has been done. Professor Vukosi as well as Professor Alison Gloward served on various African platforms. They also have been advising a number of African countries with regards to their own development of their own frameworks as well. Professor Vukosi also serves under the UN advisory group as well. And so we also wanting to draw upon the obviously lessons learned as well as experience in terms of what other countries are doing in this regard. And some of it, as I said, is also emanating from the G20 work program in terms of South Africa's chairship last year. And then with regards to the matters of I'll come back on the issues related to the consequence management, honourable members. The issue of the selection again criteria that was asked, perhaps to also indicate that we are leaning on this based on the previous work that we did under the ICT white paper, as well as even in the development of the ECA as well, that you would establish a panel. And the question that I think was asked also by Honourable Subrati as well, I think Honourable Chabaleng, our intent and the reason why we're having this expert group, our intent, honorable members, is that we really want to draw, because this is a national AI policy, we really want to draw in terms of what are the primary issues that and key policy issues that we as a country need to do, drawing across all sectors and as well as fields. And so we are going to frame certain key questions as well, in order to allow this as a much wider process in terms of allowing for inputs and engagements. We are going to have various roadshows as well as a department, supported by the panel of experts, to get the inputs from various interested parties, members of the public, etc. Our intent was also to ensure that the panel constitute, as I said, wide. You would also see that as much as I said, we listed them in their respective maybe professional roles, they're also serving and representing other members of the interest groups. For example, Dr. Lufuno is also an emerging ICT SME player, and she also sits in terms of other as women in ICT forums, etc. And the intent is also for us to ensure that we cater as broadly as possible with regards to various sectors of society in this regard. The issues related, I think the minister highlighted with regards to the process themselves. And maybe I would answer that in line with also what the chair, as well as Honorable Chabeleng, as well as Subrati highlighted as well. So when we reflected of this in terms of where the root cause emanates from, we have identified that. We've also, in terms of the engagement internally, as well as also engaging the officials responsible, it has been said that the ChatGPT was used in as far as the editing of the document itself, but the issue related to the fictitious reference, we've also been able to locate and pinpoint where it emanated from. And that also then probably talks to, as much as it is part of the ongoing investigation that is taking place now and the outcomes thereof. And I think the chair was asking about in terms of then the transgressions. Ultimately, I think the issue is that this process, we do not want it to make it as a punitive process or seeing it as a scapegoating. I think the most important thing for us is really instilling the issues of accountability, ensuring the ethical use of AI in our documents. Yes, it is being used, but as Minister indicated, that it's very important for officials to make sure that you declare as such. And unfortunately, in this instance, the officials, whilst they've acknowledged later to say, yes, we've used, they failed to make it, to declare, to make that declaration. And unfortunately, the AI policy also highlights the fact that we want to ensure that, one, if we are using AI, you then take the responsibility in terms of the declaration of that. And then the last issue is that we also want to ensure, sorry, maybe to just highlight, I think Honorable Chabeleng was highlighting this issue that whilst generally people are using AI as well, it's also the responsibility of the people who are using AI to always check against, especially in terms of when you're making systems reference, and to check and validate the information as such. So that's part of what is being practiced in other sectors as well. It's also what we are then instilling within government, and it's certainly what is going to be contained in various frameworks to provide us guidelines within the sector and within government as well. And that also then would probably ultimately then reside in terms of then the responsibility issues, as well as ensuring the accountability aspects. I know there were a number of questions related specifically with regards to the officials and Brenda details of it. Because the investigation is still underway, honorable members, and being guided by both the public service regulations as well. Precautionary suspension, I just want to highlight, it does not give the presumption of the guilt. It is a process that we need to adhere to, and therefore we needed to ensure that whilst then the investigation was taking place, we needed to make sure that we can do it without the necessary involvement of the officials as well. And the outcomes of which, honorable members, I think there was a question about whether the report would be kept in secret or in-house. The outcomes of which, in terms of the report, we do make that available to the relevant structures. And if then the portfolio committee so wishes, I think that can also be made available to it. But it will need to, I beg the indulgence to say, please allow us to conclude this investigation and as well as the outcomes thereof, and then we'll be able to appraise you fully with regards to the details thereof. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, DG. DG, we could have, saved almost 2 hours of speaking if you had gone straight to what was one of your last sentences. You said you have identified the breach or where this hallucinated references came from. Can you share with the committee where it came from?
Thank you, Chair. There's a document, just I don't have it in front. There's an actual document that was shared with the officials, of which they used as a context with the conclusion or the drafting of the document, of the draft AI policy. This document, we're told that it's from Chile, and they had to translate it as well from Spanish into English, and that is the source at which the information emanates in terms of those references that were contained in the report. Thank you. Or in the draft policy.
Just for clarity, and as we step off this point, so you're saying the suspended officials took a document from Chile which had fictitious references and then translated it from Spanish to English, and it then found itself in our national AI policy?
Chair, as I said, because that's part of the investigation, but that is the reference point at which we are at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure that makes sense, but thank you very much, DG Minister. We have unfortunately run out of time on this matter. I am sure that there's more questions rather than answers for the members. And if needs be, we may have to come back to this issue. But I do want us to move on to the next agenda item, which is the introduction of the amendments to the Electronic Communications Act that have been referred to the committee by the Speaker coming from the executive. I know that a presentation has been prepared for us to be taken through. However, we're also requesting that as you do that, your document makes no reference to the timeline according to which this amendment has been prepared, and whether all necessary legislative processes have been complied with, particularly including matters of public consultation and the like. So if I could just request that we are given that timeline, please. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I think for this one, we'll invite Chief Director Alf Wills just to get into it, mindful of time, and just also for the purposes, because Alf is the first engagement with the portfolio on this, so that there is contextualization of the journey leading towards to these amendments and some of the preceding actions that have necessitated this. I did mention earlier, Chair, that we are also joined for this particular by the the Competition Commission and also ICASA. So Councillor Mushi from ICASA is here, and also a representative from the Competition Commission. And Alf will be able to share his identity. It has just eluded me now. Thanks very much, Chair.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, and thank you, Minister. So in terms of timeline and the legislative process, though we do at a high level cover it in the presentation, and perhaps I can speak to it some more during the presentation, but in principle, in years ago, around 2020, 2013, 2015, the Minister requested the Minister of EDD at the time to consider the high cost of data. The Minister at the time then requested the Competition Commission to do an inquiry, and that inquiry in the end culminated in the Digital Services Data Services Market Inquiry Report that of 2019, issued in December 2019. And in that report, a number of recommendations were made, including legislative amendments that would result in and require some structural changes to the sector and to the legislation. We then, at that point in time, around 2020, put together a task team, or an intergovernmental task team, and this task team consisted of a number of players, including the Competition Commission and ICASA, some departments, the DTIC, SALGA, DCOC, and others. And this team then considered how to give effect to the recommendations from the DSMI report. That process then in due course led to a first draft amendment of the ECA. In terms of a timeline, it then went through the normal governmental processes. You start with your internal processes, and then you proceed to the cluster system, the DG's cluster, where we ordinarily present to the ESI EID cluster, and from there it goes to the Minister's cluster and then to Cabinet. So in that first round, you then get approval to commence public consultation on a draft proposed legislation. If I recall, that was obtained around in the beginning of 2023. So with that permission or approval from Cabinet, we then started the public consultation process in 2023. And again, after that process and considering public submissions and further consultation, further amendment to the bill and revision of the CS reports and other required documents, in the end, you then go through the same routine of going to the DG's cluster first, going to the Minister's cluster, going to Cabinet, to eventually then get approval from Cabinet to introduce the bill in Parliament. So that approval was obtained late March, beginning April this year, and from there we've complied with the other requirements to publish an explanatory summary and wrote the letters of introduction that eventually was submitted and introduced the bill in Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waltz. Can we then get into the presentation? Minister, who is leading the presentation? Thank you, Alf.
It's Alf, Minister. Okay. Whilst we're waiting for Mr. Wills to come in, I think the Alf has laid the foundation in terms of maybe let me read again. Good morning, once again, honourable members. And we it is a pleasure for us to actually present this draft bill to the August House, because I'm sure it's much awaited. These have been issues that the portfolio committee as well as the general public has been beseeching the department on. And so we are happy that it is finally introduced to Parliament. Whilst I wait for Alf to come to jump in, but perhaps then to in terms of laying the foundation of it, it's part of then the work that we had included in the National ICT Policy White Paper of 2016, which basically looks at a transformed framework for both inclusion as well as innovative digital knowledge society. And obviously what underpins that is ensuring that we have a favorable environment for that. We have cost of data as well as cost of services that is affordable. We need to ensure the ambiguous IC digital infrastructure outlay and ensuring that we achieve this meaningful universal connectivity as a country. And in that regard, obviously, following in terms of that heat, it has been recognized that the issues of cost of data in the country, especially the access to internet, still remains high. Honorable members, ours as a department is to ensure that we remain fairly competitive. But as I said, especially in the era as we're rolling out the digital transformation roadmap, we need to ensure that every household is connected. We need to ensure that we invest in digital infrastructure. We also need to ensure the transformation thereof and allowing for lower players, because that will obviously equate to higher competition as well as more services, bring diverse services being provided. Next slide, please. So the work that we've done, as Alf has indicated, is that we've been working very closely, both the department, ICASA, working with the Competition Commission in this regard. And that resulted obviously in the outcomes of what we know as the Data Services Market Inquiry that the Competition Commission released in 2019. And there were certain recommendations that we put in that. I think fundamentally, the issue that came out from that was the need for us to review and strengthen, obviously, the policy in that instant. So the Competition Commission made certain recommendations, of which then, as a department, we responded to which, and resulting, obviously, in this amendment of the ECA. Can we move to the next slide whilst then we unpacked the various aspects within the bill which we are trying to address? So the first, obviously, is driving inclusive growth as well as job creation. That entails ensuring that we create and increase employment opportunities and making sure that obviously the right access seekers, especially your smaller emerging licensees, potential licensees, as well as new entrants in this ecosystem. All that talks to obviously the diverse structure of the market itself, then the recognition that we would have.
It's in presentation as mode, please. It's difficult to read.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If we could put it on presentation mode, and if we could please move on to slide 4, please. I would highly appreciate. So as I was indicating, that also then looks at how the market is structured, accommodating, as I said, the big players, the MVOs, the SMMEs, community networks, as well as wireless internet service providers. And the intent is obviously both encouraging growth. That means obviously the transformation of the sector itself, but at the same time also then enabling access in terms of the unused spectrum. The issues of shared infrastructure, which we'll later on highlight as well, that we've also put in there. The part of then this also talks to the role, I think, a more definite role with regards to the regulator, and obviously then empowering the authority with then the additional tools to address the issues related to competition failures, and also how they can probably do a more turnaround time in terms of addressing the issues of cost to communicate. Next slide. I'm just checking if Alf is.
I can take over, DG, if I'm audible.
Oh, okay. No, so we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Then on reducing, Honourable Chair and members, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, which is another one of the MTDP strategic priorities. Small enterprises and other access seekers will be able to connect people in underserved areas, not viewed as lucrative enough for large operators. Unused spectrum being prioritized for SMMEs and community networks is but one such example of this, where connectivity enabled by spectrum improves citizens' access to broadband. In addition, all other outcomes like access to affordable healthcare, improved education and skills, social cohesion and nation building depend on broadband access, with those in underserved areas most affected by the absence of reliable, affordable data services. On building a capable, ethical and developmental state, in addition to improving broadband availability and access, the amendments are intended to improve service delivery by local government in the form of way leaves to access land and deploy networks required for digital transformation of public services. Next slide. The objectives of the bill to amend the ECA to enable a national standard bylaw on rapid deployment, to enable the use it or share it principle for spectrum, to regulate roaming and MVNO, to improve facilities leasing framework and provide for wholesale pricing rules and standards, and then to provide for improved competition regulation. The purpose is to increase competition, drive down prices, and to improve ICASA or provide ICASA with regulatory tools and flexibility to regulate competition issues. Next slide. Key amendments in the bill. Standard draft bylaw. A new section 21A is inserted to provide for a national standard draft bylaw that remove barriers to rapid deployment, which include lack of a uniform way leave process, unreasonable costs for way leaves, and limited access to municipal property and infrastructure. Next slide. On spectrum, section 31 is amended to enable the authority to amend any radio frequency spectrum license when the assigned spectrum remains unused for a certain period, by requiring or enabling spectrum sharing in the relevant area until such time and on such conditions as may be determined by the authority, referred to as the use it or share it principle. The authority must prioritize the assignment of unused spectrum to community networks and SMMEs. The amendment seeks to ensure that nationally assigned scarce spectrum is effectively utilized in all geographic areas. Next slide. A new chapter is inserted to provide for the regulation of roaming and MVNO services, and that operators with IMT spectrum that have mobile network coverage of at least 90% of the population must provide roaming and MVNO services upon request. Wholesale roaming arrangements that are not competitively priced can reduce the competitive constraint that such operators are able to exert in the market. Though a number of MVNOs now exist, MVNO models and wholesale access are being restricted. Competition introduced by MVNOs has already brought material benefits to consumers, including greater choice, better quality, innovative services, and lower prices. Provision is made for international roaming regulation relevant to the SADC region and other international roaming regulations. Next slide. Section 43 of the Act is amended to improve the facilities leasing framework in relation to essential facilities. The authority has not yet prescribed a list of essential facilities, and the Act requires the authority to do so within 12 months. Once a facility is determined to be an essential facility, access is compulsory to speed up access to essential facilities, which by their very nature are difficult to duplicate or gain access to without regulatory intervention. Section 44 of the Act is amended to require the authority to review the facilities leasing regulations at least every 24 months with due regard to market and legal developments. Section 47 is amended to ensure that the authority prescribes wholesale pricing rules or standards applicable to different types of electronic communications facilities and wholesale services, including for essential facilities, roaming, and MVNOs. General principles that must be adhered to are included, such as fairness and reasonability, and that costs must be cost-oriented. Next slide. The amendment of Section 67 is intended to enable the authority to carry out a review if it has reason to believe that any feature or combination of features of any market or market segments impedes, distorts, or restricts competition within such markets. The authority must thereafter determine actions to remedy, mitigate, or prevent the adverse effect on competition. A provision is inserted to enable the authority and the Competition Commission to enforce each other's findings to promote and enhance competition. Next slide. Concurrent jurisdiction, Section 67A is inserted to formalize the requirement for a concurrent jurisdiction agreement between the authority and the Competition Commission. The agreement must include consultative mechanisms, including the sharing of information on and how to manage competition-related assessments, market inquiries, complaints, mergers, cooperation arrangements, and overlapping mandates. Next slide. On stakeholder consultation, as indicated before, we have a task team that was responsible for this work over a number of years, and we're also joined today by a number of these colleagues that will also continue supporting this work, including from ICASA and the Commission, and both internal and external legal support. Beyond these stakeholders, the DSMI recommendations were ultimately the product of the Competition Commission's broader consultations through public hearings and calls for submissions, which drew in market players, industry bodies, and consumer rights organizations. As indicated, the bill was published in the Gazette for comment. Those submissions were duly considered, and a number of amendments were subsequently made to the bill. Next slide. On the importance of this bill, Chair, we submit that South Africa faces a cost of living crisis and ongoing concerns over price of data for consumers is a concern. Access to affordable data is essential for social and economic inclusion in an increasingly digital world and use of digital public infrastructure. The Competition Commission's Data Services Market Inquiry found that the cause of high prices for data was a lack of sufficient competition in the market and recommended necessary legislative changes to address this. The lack of sufficient competition in the market remains the primary barrier to the development of the market and lower prices for consumers. Fair and reasonable wholesale access through facilities leasing, roaming, and MVNO access, which is wholesale access, is an essential and best practice path to addressing these concerns. Now, last slide, the next slide, Chair. The competition concerns remain entrenched and the need to bring legislative reform remains essential. Larger operators retain large market shares, persistent first mover advantages, and significant market power, which has resulted in continued and sustained high margins and profitability. Challenger operators rely on costly roaming agreements with the big operators. Reasonable access for MVNOs will result in meaningful competition, driving down data costs for consumers. Lack of facilities sharing and access favors larger players over smaller players. The consequence of insufficient competition are borne disproportionately by the poor. Thank you, Chair and honourable members.
Thank you very much, Alf. Thank you also to the DG and the Minister. Let me formally welcome the colleagues from ICASA as well as the Competition Commission, check if there's any inputs that they would want to make. Thereafter, I also want to welcome the colleagues that have joined us from the State Law Advisors as well as Parliamentary Legal Services. I think together with the committee advisors, they will then guide us on the way forward. May I check with the Competition Commission and ICASA, any additions? Councillor Mushi? Councillor Mushi.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. We have no comments at the moment. We will come in as and when the presentation is unpacked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure who is representing Competition Commission. Is it you, Mr. Jason A?
Yes, Chair. Thank you and good morning. I'm Jason Oprosky on behalf of the Competition Commission, and I've got no further comments following Alf's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, with your indulgence, what I would like to do is to get the advisors together with Parliamentary Legal Services as well as the State Law Advisor, if they are here, maybe just to outline a process from here now that the bill has been introduced to the committee. Thereafter, I'll open for you if you have any clarity-seeking questions, both on the content as well as process, and then we will take it from there. Dr. Medupi, are you leading?
Good morning again, Chair. Mr. Malika would be, Bros, I'm not too sure if you're going to be flighting the short draft that we put together. Mr. Malika will be leading Chair in that regard, if you so allow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Malika?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would have preferred that the Legal Service of Parliament, as the official people who are the drafters, would come in to lead us. I will not be flighting anything, but only to say that now that it's tabled, the bill has now officially become the work of the committee. And procedurally for us, the first thing to do is to publish it for public comments. That usually is a 30-day process. And thereafter, in fact, during that, we also highlight or indicate to the public that those who would like to make oral representations do so within that context and indicate in their submissions. And then we would host, of course, the public oral submissions, whether physically or virtually. That will be the decision of the committee. But judging by the fact that we have the upcoming local government elections, it would seem that our time will be tied up from now until the rise of Parliament with just doing the public consultation process up to the extent of oral submissions. And then we will pause until the local government elections are held. And we had estimated that maybe by 2027 is only then we can consider the issue of conducting public hearings across the provinces at 4 districts per province. Brazo, if I left anything out, but I think that's the short and long story of our presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's really the brief part of what would have to unfold going forward. So first is to indicate that, Chair, we are going to be finalizing some sort of a roadmap in that regard. We've started something already that would assist the members, at least in writing, what would unfold going forward. But for now, Chair, that's really what would be happening going forward now that the bill has been presented before the committee. The committee does allow that we move forward with the process. That's really what would be happening going forward. Thank you so very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maleka. Dr. Medupe, can I check with Advocate Jenkins if there's anything that you would like to add?
Greetings, Chairperson. My name is Phumelele Ngema. I'm standing in for Advocate Jenkins from Legal Services. Chairperson, perhaps just to add on what my colleagues had indicated, is just the issue of the motion of desirability of continuing with the bill that may need to be adopted. But in terms of the rules, it has no specific space as to where that should be done. But if we look at 286, the National Assembly rules, it is normally assisting to have the motion of desirability so that all the processes that they have outlined can then follow on with the committee having taken a resolution that it desires to proceed with the matter into its completion. All that the rule says in that regard is that after due deliberations that the committee has taken, the committee must consider the motion of desirability on the subject of the bill, Chairperson. So it's just in addition to what my colleagues have indicated that there is also the necessity for that process of the motion of desirability adoption. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ngema. Let me just, Ms. Ngema, let me please just check. The motion of desirability, is it before or after the public participation process? And sorry, as you come in on that, also just to check if you know whether the tagging of this bill has been completed?
Thank you, Chairperson, for those two questions. As I said, in respect of the motion of desirability, in fact, the rules does not necessarily specify at what stage it can take place. So it can take place at any stage. Normally, from experience with the other committees, they would prefer to do it at the start. Immediately after the briefing, then maybe there is a follow-up meeting where the committee is given the roadmap and everything as to how it will go ahead. When it adopts that process and the programming as to how it will deal with the bill, then the motion of desirability is then also adopted at the stage. It's easier if it's done that way because then the processes would follow on, knowing that the committee has already taken the stand that it desires to continue processing the bill. So it would not legally matter at what stage, but it is preferred and advisable that immediately after the briefing, it might be best placed that then the motion of desirability is undertaken by the committee. And Chairperson, in respect of the second question, as I said, this bill was dealt with by Advocate Jenkins. Perhaps moving forward, it might be the both of us, or he will continue working on it since he is the acting chief legal advisor at the moment. And so there's too much work on his plate and we are assisting where we can. I did not check, Chairperson, whether the presiding officers, in fact, the JTM has signed the tagging, and I know that it was done earlier on in this month, Chairperson. So I can't confirm whether the tagging has been confirmed, but I understand that our certificate and opinion was written concurring with the state law advisors that it should be processed as a Section 75 bill instead of a Section 76. I am going to try and find out in the meantime, Chairperson, and perhaps before the meeting is finished, I can confirm whether or not the JTM has signed the tagging process of this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson?
Yebo. Who is that?
It's Temengozi, Chair. My sincere apologies for not raising my hand. I'm just experiencing technical glitches here, Chair. As such, I'm connecting from the phone. Chair, I just want to confirm from what Ms. Ngema had said that the bill has been tagged and it has been tagged as a Section 75. And also, Chair, I would have missed, I think, the last 10 minutes because of the connection challenges that I was raising. But just to speak briefly also on the issue that perhaps Ms. Ngema would have spoken to, and also my colleagues. Chair, what you would have expected after the briefing from the department would have been the committee to take a decision. That doesn't come from me, Chair. I hear some interruption, but as much as I have challenges, but that's not coming from me. But to proceed, we then expect the committee to then take a decision and give us permission to advertise for the bill, calling for the public submissions and in relation to the bill. Chairperson, I also have a slight different view from the advice of legal services in relation to the motion of desirability. I think, Chairperson, the standard has been that such a motion gets considered after the committee has held the public hearings, oral public hearings, and the committee has received the responses from the department on the public submissions, and also that the legal services has responded to the process of public submissions and the responses by the department together with the state law advisor. Then at that point, Chairperson, we can then take the motion of desirability. So I advise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngoma and Ms. Ngema, for those comments. I'm going to open up for the members to just reflect on the two issues, as well as any clarities you may have heard, you may have following the presentation by the department. We have shared the actual text of the amendment, the actual text of the amendment of the bill itself. If there's anything we need to engage with there. I'm a bit confused, and maybe let me put it as the first question so that when Ms. Ngema comes back, and maybe even the state law advisor, they could answer this. On my first reading of the proposed of the bill, I had seen there was references to this issue of way leaves and the role that needs to be played by the Minister of COGTA. The first one is obviously just a stupid question that can one minister draft a bill that directs another minister? But secondly, why would it be a Section 75 and not a 76, given the extensive role that municipalities are meant to play in this process? I think that question is clear enough. But let me take hands, members, and then we'll come back to these issues. I'm not seeing a single hand.
Yeah, my hand is up. I'm struggling.
Okay, please proceed, Honorable Ntshabeleng, followed by Honorable Subrathi.
Chair, I'm just going to be brief quickly. On this particular question is that I'm struggling with finding an appropriate way for this bill with regards to clarity on what it wants to achieve. I mean, most of the requests that are made in the bill are already contained in some of the laws. The use it or lose it policy, the aspect of sharing of spectrum and all of those things. We've had laws before that actually attended to this particular environment. What seems to be the problem in actually making sure you can implement those particular laws that already exist, and why is it necessary for this bill to exist? And particularly given the fact that we're still struggling with the switching off of the analog signal, and the bill is very vague on it, on what needs to be done, and the other issues with regards to digital transformation and outreach in connecting all our communities and villages. So I think it's very silent on the issues of the poor, particularly the issues of transforming our communities and our people with digital skills and providing them the necessary support. Most of these bills talk high level, but are not clearly articulate on basics like what and how is it going to transform our people's lives. Basic access, basic transformation, way leaves, and all of those things are things that already are contained in the municipal bylaw systems, etc. Why is the government not just implementing? Why do we need a bill to go and create something that already exists within government municipalities, within COCTA relation entities, etc.? So I'm a bit confused, but I'm trying to follow up and understand. And the other part of it is, Chair, is that can we put into context bills and critical inputs like this have to be presented to us a week or 2 weeks in advance so that we take these processes and give it to our cluster study groups that specializes in analysis, research, as well as inputs. When we get presentations late, we usually do not have the necessary time, even including the inputs required from our clusters, in order to assist with the inputs on these particular bills. I will come on and rattle on my own personal basis, not representing my constituency interests. So I would really appreciate if the department knows that there will be this kind of inputs processes undertaken. They give us a heads up 2 weeks so that we can then present it a week before to our clusters, who usually would meet on a Monday. So the Monday is already passed last week. We didn't have this. And today we're sitting on this thing and we are not able to give an input as well as, particular analysis on it. But the key questions is the bill itself is a bit hollow, not clear and specific. Can we see it in a written format? What is clarity on it? What it seeks to achieve and what points and how is it going to make an impact in terms of digital transformation, particularly given the rural poor of our people who needs digital skills. And I can tell you for a fact, if it was not for technology, people like ourselves would have not actually been able to bridge the digital divide coming from a rural environment like we came out of, and having to crawl out of that scourges of poverty, the Bantu stand and everything. And technology was the bridge for us to make it happen. And we would wish the same to be extended if, to our communities who have no means, are poor, unemployed, and have no skills and have no support, particularly. Everything is concentrated in the big towns. So I just want to hear the bill, what it talks about in relation to that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntshabeleng. I think before you come in, let me just clarify the second point that you raised. The purpose of today is just so that the bill is formally tabled or introduced in the committee. When I was calling for engagement, I did try and specify that it would be clarity-seeking issues. Insofar as, and I'm using this word loosely, but insofar as the desirability of the bill, the substance of the bill, I think that when we then kickstart the process of public participation, it is at that point that we would be engaging, with the substance of the issues and be able to then make up our mind in terms of the usefulness or otherwise of the bill. Which, by the way, is the reason why I do support Mr. Ngoma's view, because I wouldn't want to table a motion of desirability in Parliament when we haven't even tested this thing and had a sense of, what is the views from the relevant stakeholders and so forth and so forth. But I just wanted to clarify that today it was just for the department to table it, and if there's burning clarity-seeking questions, we deal with them. But we'll come back and have a thorough discussion then on the substance and the content. And at that time, all of us would have been able to obviously get our constituencies, would have been able to get, our clusters to engage with it. Thank you so much for your understanding, Mr. Ntshabeleng. Honorable Subrathi, Honorable Ntshabeleng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me appreciate then your response to Honorable Ntshabeleng. It greatly assists me, because my question is twofold. One is I just want to talk generally around the bill itself that's before us, or the bill that is being introduced to us. I wanted to understand what is the space available for the committee for us to input that will influence the final bill. I think you have spoken around that. What I noted, Chair, and maybe this is a question for the department, as part of both the committee's strategic plan is to ensure that one of the things we want to achieve is a modernized Electronic Communication Act before the end of the 7th administration whilst we're here.
And the amendments before us seeks to address one element of that, and that is the cost to connect around the stack space. But the entire modernization of the bill, I'd like to get from the department, what is the vision? Because what we're seeing happening here is segments being introduced in bite sizes, and what informed that? When are we going to deal with the substantive issues of making the Electronic Communication Act, transforming it into a modern, relevant act for the current digital age we're living in, areas such as OTT, etc.? When do we intend to cross that bridge? I'd like that to be reflected on, given the fact, and I'd like some time frames as the department responds to talk to that there. And maybe in respect to what is before us, the amendments, what is the possible time frames? Can we be given time frames from now till when we see this becoming expected time frames, since we see it becoming an act of parliament, an act of law that is implementable? I'd like to get a sense of that. Chairperson, then just talking to some of the areas around the bill before us, maybe my one question would be, is the bill preserves the prohibition on spectrum trading whilst introducing mandatory sharing of unused spectrum. Now, these are instruments with materially different investment effects on the primary licensees. My question around that is, has the department assessed whether 12 months is achievable, given ICASA's current regulatory workload? And maybe another question is, the amendments of Section 67 of the electronic of the ECA will give ICASA independent market inquiry powers and enables mutual enforcement of findings with the Competition Commission. Now, we all know that ICASA's current capacity constraints. Now where ICASA and the Competition Commission investigate the same conduct, and they reach contradictory findings, the outcome is contradictory. My question then is, which regulator's determination prevails? And what maybe then will be the dispute resolution mechanism if that prevails? Chairperson, an additional question is that the new electronic communications facility services licensing category will, for the first time, bring passive infrastructure providers under the ECA licensing framework. Now, has the department quantified the compliance costs this imposes on small and community-based network operators that are currently exempt from the licensing? Chairperson, I think I will pause at this point in time. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands. So I will hand over back to the department. If you could please just address us, you spoke to the stakeholders that were consulted. Can you just address us on I think it's insertion of Section 21A, the consultation with the local government, the Minister of Local Government, because you're quite prescriptive in what's expected from local government. So has that happened? And over to you, Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair, and honorable members. Chair, let's kick it off by getting Alf and the team to do the responses. Then I'll close off if they have left any other aspects that the two honorable members raised. Thank you. Alf, please address the questions as asked.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members, for very good questions. So on the matter of the Ministry of Coctus, so firstly, one should refer to Section 14 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. So that is the main act under the administration of that minister. And that act already empowers the Ministry of Coctus to make standard draft bylaws concerning matters over which municipalities have authority. So we see that, in other words, there's a there's an empowering provision for the Minister of COCTA that can, in any sector, make such a national standard draft bylaw. And that bylaw, in turn, of course, is only a model bylaw, which means that municipalities can consider it. And if they agree through their municipal councils, they can adopt it and make it their own as a bylaw within that municipality. So if theoretically one does nothing, it is possible that the Minister of COCTA can never make a model bylaw. Now, in our case, we know how critically important this area is. What then happened around 2020 is the colleagues from the Department of Cooperative Governance, in fact, as we were considering the DSMI report, made a recommendation to say, but what if we use this particular section in the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, and we make this kind of model bylaw to give effect to some of the DSMI recommendations on matters such as sharing and rapid deployment and things like that. And we then agreed to that approach and we commenced the project. And in the end, that project was proposed to the presidency under Operation Vulindlela. And within the framework of Operation Vulindlela, the first model bylaw was then done and promulgated and published. So at least we have something in practice now. But the point here is that we've initiated this process with agreement from that minister, because we as this sector recognize the importance of having such model bylaw for municipalities to process way leaves for electronic communications facility deployment. So in that context, all that Section 21 now does, it simply places emphasis on the matter. And it then says to Minister of COCTA, whereas you have a power and a discretionary power under your own legislation, the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, if only left as is, there's always a risk that the model bylaw can even be withdrawn. It can potentially never be updated, etc. So what we do in our laws, we then move from the discretionary to obligatory, to then require that particular minister to regularly update this model bylaw. In addition, we then propose a number of areas that are critical for such a model bylaw, such as the cost of applications for way leaves. And we propose that the model bylaw should include that area and that such costs must be reasonable. So it's a mechanism, in other words, where we ensure that ultimately our Parliament has the opportunity through this bill to ensure that that minister regularly updates the model bylaw and that it's actually includes the areas that are key. From our side, of course, our task team includes the Minister of Cooperative Governance, and therefore, firstly, by implication, it means they have agreed with the content of this proposal, this proposed section, and of course, through the cabinet process where, as part of the executive, the minister is also represented. The minister has again agreed to this approach. Now, when I turn, Honourable Chair, to some of the other questions, the matters that we raise in this bill, they may at a first glance appear to be matters that already appear in laws, but in fact they're not. And to the extent that they appear to be the same, it's certainly an improvement of the existing. So, for example, if we talk about use it or share it, it's never been covered in any of our legislation. And this principle of dealing with unused spectrum, it was introduced the first time through policy in the recent Next Generation Spectrum Policy as a policy principle. And in addition, ICASA, in their auction of high demand spectrum around 22-23, for the first time when the latest high demand spectrum was issued and licensed, ICASA put this condition that if your spectrum is unused, we retain the right as ICASA to take the spectrum back or to share the spectrum with other deserving applicants. So, but in law, it has not appeared before, and hence we are creating here firstly embedded in legislation so that it's clear, but secondly, we create the regulatory mechanisms around it and enable ICASA, for example, to then make regulations in this regard, to make it clear to all the parties involved. That would also incentivize the incumbent players to use the spectrum effectively so that this process is not invoked. And at the same time, if the spectrum then is not used, then it can be used to the benefit of society. And Chair, I can go through every section of the law, and in due course, I think we'll get an opportunity to do so and explain why it's not new. The facilities leasing, for example, it may appear new, but the emphasis we're placing there is that the regulations must be updated within fixed or reviewed within fixed periods, because the courts pronounce, for example, on the facilities leasing regulations in disputes that the parties bring to court, and then it's important to translate those decisions back into the regulations, and it's necessary that we make that emphasis again in the bill and in the law. Similarly, there's a provision, for example, on essential facilities, and it may look to be an existing thing, but it's never been pronounced, and the list of essential facilities have never been issued. So, and in that regard, there must have been good reason for ICASA not to do it, and therefore the model and the so-called reasonability test is then amended slightly to improve it and enable better access to essential facilities that are critical. I'll perhaps pause on that particular question. What is it we're seeking to achieve, Chair? I think the three key things for us is to improve competition in the market. Years ago, in many of the previous iterations of legislation we brought to Parliament, there was a lot of emphasis not to, for example, bring retail rate regulation, but to focus on wholesale rate regulation and to focus on barriers to entry and to focus on improving competition in the market. And that can never be said to be wrong, to seek to introduce better and a more competitive environment. And the economists and lawyers on our team can perhaps explain that better over time. But that's the first key principle, to improve competition. Now, to do that, you therefore need to balance and level the playing field and make it easier for smaller operators and entrants and SMMEs and community networks and all those so-called access seekers. In other words, it's the smaller operator that do not have a network, for example, or do not have a large fiber footprint, or do not have as many base stations, for example, or do not have a full network that other large operators may have, to then be able to access the larger network in the form of, let me as an access seeker roam on your network. But now, because of the balance of power there, it's the larger operator, the access provider, can charge any fee to the smaller operator, the access seeker. So you would want a reasonable regime where, firstly, there are reasonable wholesale rates that are charged by the large operator to the small operator, and that would then go to some of the other areas, the MVNO framework, for example. Though some MVNOs are already in the market, it's unregulated in a sense, and they have to bargain by themselves and certainly would be overcharged in buying services from incumbents. So ultimately, that's the point. We are trying to enable the smaller operators, the access seekers in the market, in order to reduce those barriers to entry and then allow them space to compete in the sector. The logical consequence of that would be that because of increased competition, there's a high likelihood of reduced costs. And that is the second main theme of this bill, where we're seeking to reduce voice and especially data costs, because that today, data is the new gold, and Chair, it feeds into any and every aspect of society, and is critical for a transformation of our sector and a digital economy. Then the third element is, it's one thing to say regulate competition, but you have to then look at your regulators and say, are they empowered to do this work? And that is the third main area of focus of this bill, and it seeks to then ensure that matters that must be addressed are addressed, but it then empowers ICASA and strengthens ICASA, whereas often operators would cite, but ICASA, you do not have jurisdiction, you do not have an empowering provision enabling you to do this, this or that, and I can cite many examples over the years where some of our policy objectives could not be achieved because of pushback from operators, and a key argument raised would have been, but you, ICASA, do not have this power. And our job here in this proposed legislation is, how do we make ICASA stronger? And throughout, we then empower ICASA in different tools. And one of the tools then is collaboration with the Competition Commission. This is born out of necessity as far back as the 2016 white paper that said, clearly, there is a concern regarding the current Section 67 process of market inquiries, and some improvement is required there. In addition, we must borrow from the successes of the Competition Commission, and there must be a form of better cooperation and collaboration between these authorities. In the absence of that, Chair, in practice, you find forum shopping, and you find sometimes potentially an abuse by operators, and therefore it's better to strengthen our regulators and their cooperation so that they can in turn better deal with competition matters in our space. There, Chair, was a question about whether the committee would have the opportunity or space to amend this bill. Of course, Chair and honourable members, this is your bill now, and through your deliberations, if you decide to proceed with this bill through your deliberations, it is obviously your right to modify and amend the bill as required. The other question, Honourable Chair, was about the modernisation of legislation, and we want to perhaps just spend a minute on that and say that legislation of this nature, as even explained earlier when I had to provide a timeline of the history of just this bill, research done by the presidency suggests that on average it takes 5 years for a bill to be completed. And as pointed out, we already started in 2020 with this particular work, and our submission is that the amendments introduced in this bill are critical. However, Chair, it does not do away with the fact that other legislative modernization is still required, but that can be done and is planned to happen in parallel, Chair. So just by way of example, we also have another version or another bill and we'll call it the ECA Bill number 2 for purpose of this response. It deals with an overhaul of the Universal Service and Access Framework and an improvement of that whole model. We call it the ECA Bill DDCF. So that is the legislation, Chair, that refers to the disestablishment of USASA and transforming the Universal Service and Access Fund into a Digital Development Challenge Fund. Process-wise, this bill is roughly 12 months behind this current bill that was introduced. And Chair, then we are well aware of for example, the legislative framework of Parliament initiated by the Portfolio Committee, and we've considered the provisions of that framework, and we've already been able to identify a whole range of areas in Parliament's legislative framework that we believe are covered now in this particular bill of today and would be covered in the second ECA bill. Here are areas like universal access, universal affordability, universal availability, spectrum sharing, bridging the urban, township, rural, digital divide, fostering a competitive market, inclusive for SMMEs, promotion and regulation of MVNOs, etc., etc. So we believe a large number of these topics from the critical priorities identified by the Portfolio Committee would be covered in some of the bills we now have. And then, Chair, we recognize some of the other critical policy reforms from the parliamentary legislative framework. Promoting the local creative industry that we know are one of the core policy goals of the draft audiovisual and online safety proposed white paper, postal access facilitation through the Postal Services Amendment Bill, OTT platforms, public broadcaster support through the SABC Bill, the State Digital Infrastructure Company roadmap, etc. But the point is, we believe that all those critical concerns of the parliamentary legislative framework are somewhere in planning through our policy development and legislative processes. And we believe that a third ECA bill is still necessary, and the work is commenced on either such bill or a new legislation that would then take into consideration outstanding matters from the parliamentary legislative framework, but at the same time taking into consideration the outcomes of the 2025 policy colloquium, as well as legislative proposals that ICASA may have, and so forth. So, Chair, I think I'm trying to sketch a picture of a legislative program of the department, and perhaps at a future occasion we can present that framework where we see through this framework or program of ours that we are busy with the modernization of legislation. Lastly, perhaps on the new licenses, I've heard mentioned one of the honourable members referring to the new licenses. It's true that in the 2023 version of the bill, we proposed the introduction of a new license category. In the explanatory memo, it referred to things like towercos and data centers. But following public consultation, where public consultation really did its work, we have agreed to withdraw and take out that particular amendment. So the new license framework is not for passive infrastructure, is not contained in the bill any longer. Let me pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to check, perhaps if the regulator would wish to also come in, Chair, because as I said, a lot of this is therefore an enabling tool for their work. Maybe Councillor Mushi would like to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, through you, Chair. Just briefly, to put it on the record that ICASA has indeed contributed to the bill, and we are in agreement with the empowering provisions that are now legislated. If they are in the legislation, then ICASA is easily able to, for example, issue spectrum licenses with a condition of use or share it, which currently there was no process in regulations, and we operating in this litigious environment where we do not have a backup of the legislation. it then becomes very tricky for ICASA to impose through regulation. And indeed, we do recognize the sections that are inserted now that will help us, for example, use the unused spectrum to for other services, especially if I can use the example of the dynamic spectrum access or TV spaces where we've used certain portions of the unused spectrum to diversify and unlock services for unserved areas. And such a framework will also help us with the planning that we know that in 2 years' time, after the licensing, we then can go back and see spectrum lies idle. And as we license other services, then we know what capacity is left for us to repurpose. And with also similarly the facilities leasing regulations, there is a practice, industry practice, that if it is not in the law, then ICASA has no teeth. So with, for example, the facilities leasing, ICASA has had through ACCC's a few disputes between operators with regards to, how they apply their discretion to share infrastructure. And this we see as the strengthening of that framework that then tells us how infrastructure can be shared. And we also appreciate the agile market inquiry section that will speed up our market inquiry process, as currently it is quite laborious, and it just takes forever for us to complete certain parts of certain types of market inquiries where we just need a quick in and out investigation. So, but lastly, the modernization of the ECA is what we require. But considering the lengthy process that the bill, making process takes, we do welcome this bill to be able to chair. Thank you.
If I may, Chairperson, if the department is done as well.
Yes, Ms. Ngema, please do come in.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And mine will only address your main first question, which related to the tagging of the bill and the Section 76 and 75 issues. Generally, Chairperson, I think in our tagging opinion, it does speak to the issue that you have raised, where we are saying in terms of identifying where the bill would be classified and fall in terms of processing, we have to look at the direct regulation approach test, which is the substantive measure test, where you consider the entire provisions of the amending bill as to whether is there any either exclusive subject matter or functional area that is addressed, or is it a matter that falls within Schedule 4 of the Constitution, Chairperson. So in this instance, if we look at the insertion that is brought by the amendment bill in respect of 21A that the Chairperson raised, and what the department has indicated is that Section 14 in the Systems Act, in the Municipal Systems Act, it already exists. It's in place, empowering the Minister for Local Government to do what is expressly now in this instance, and for purposes of this sector, they are putting it expressly and explicitly that in line with the existing Section 14, the minister may also be requested to follow the process and all the procedures as set out there, because the other good thing is that Section 14 of the Systems Act sets out the entire process as to how those standard draft bylaws would be put in place. So what this bill has done, without so much giving a direct instruction from another minister to another minister, but they have built in a direct reference into existing legislation as the bill indicates that What they are saying is will be done here. It's exactly as is contemplated under Section 14 of the Municipal Systems Act. So based on that reasoning and the fact that this provision does not interfere or take in any way with the autonomy of local government or municipalities or of the Minister of Local Government in any manner. Therefore, it is not necessarily then a matter that falls in any of the areas that are under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, but it was merely an instance which makes a reference to what is already in place and will not take away the autonomy and the powers that are existing and granted into the structures within the local government, Chairperson. So in that light, I believe it was then the only conclusion that the state law advisors, as well as the tagging opinion that we've also prepared for the JTM, concludes that merely just because of what the intention in 21A is doing, it does not make the bill to fall within Section 76, but it still remains as a Section 75 bill, which deals with matters that are exclusively not mentioned under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, Chairperson. So that is the impact and the conclusion in respect of the matter and the bill being decided as a Section 75 as opposed to a Section 76. And as Mr. Ngoma did indicate that the JTM has actually agreed to take the bill as a Section 75, Chairperson, and it was on that basis of the opinion that the JTM received both from the state law advisors as well as from our office. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngoma. I have one more hand. Is it Mr. or Ms. Doyise? Ms. Doyise, please come in.
My apologies, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and honorable members. Good afternoon to the Minister and his entire team. I just wanted to say I agree with my colleague, Ms. Ngema. The bill was taken a look at in its entirety and not only in terms of Section 21A, and therefore in the entirety of the bill is a Section 75 bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have exhausted this topic. Let me just check with the Minister if you have any last words relating to the introduction of the bill, Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. No, the team has extensively dealt with the emerging questions. So at this stage, nothing more to add to this submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, members, we have been requested to approve the advertising of the call for public comments, which ideally should happen before the end of this week. So I am going to request that the Secretariat works on that with urgency. We've noted, obviously, the many challenges that are raised with regards to time, especially given the fact that, Parliament will be rising soon and will be going off on local government elections work. So if possible, I want to request that the committee advisors also finalize before the end of this week the roadmap that we are going to adopt around how we are going to continue with the processing of this bill. I would also want to make a suggestion, again, though will be guided by a public participation, that while we are still in session as Parliament, we start using some of the constituency periods that are created for the work of ensuring, especially the provincial public participation sessions. In that way, I think it will get us out quicker. If we can do it in a creative manner, we can do both public participation and maybe one or two stopovers on constituency related work. That would be my suggestion, honorable members. Can I take it? Silence is consent. It's affirmation. When we're calling for the comments on the bill, we'll obviously also indicate to those who would wish to make both oral and written submissions to the committee. But the roadmap should outline all of that. All right. With that being said, then let me thank the department for the work. This is definitely a step in the right direction. We would like you, Mr. Wills, Minister DG, to provide us with your roadmap on the amendment of the Electronic Communications Act. While we would have heard the input that says that you'll be taking it in a piecemeal type of fashion, but we also want to be prepared and also to ensure that, there's no duplication between the work that you are doing and what we would be doing. So if we could be provided with that roadmap, that would be sincerely appreciated. Let me also thank the colleagues who attended from ICASA as well as the Competition Commission, as well as the Legal Advisory Services, both Parliament and the State Law Advisor, and all colleagues from the department. I think having come to this, to the end of this session, you may be excused if you wish. I think our final item on the agenda is just the adoption of our report on the roundtable on podcasters. Thank you very much, colleagues. Dr. Medupi, I hope this is the last time this report now is coming. Can you, at a high level, just indicate to us the changes that have been made to the document? Just focus on the changes because we've gone through it a number of times, and hopefully we'll be able to then adopt from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also really hoping that this is the last bite really on the report. Members had requested that they be given a bit more time to go read through the report again and provide, further commentaries. And indeed, there's been two extensive comments from both Honorable Singh and Honorable Ngubane. And Chair, on the report itself, we would have highlighted some of those, based on the changes, some of the comments that would have made by both Honorable Singh and Honorable Ngubane. One is on blue, which is mainly from Honorable Singh, and the other one would be on red, which is from Honorable Ngubane. It's not that extensive in terms of the changes on the report or the structure of the report itself, but I would definitely go through, the changes. The first changes, and over and above, Chair, it's the comment that would have provided about 4 or 5 pointers that you had, commented on, including the removal of one phrase, which read, "The medium is not the problem. The focus should be on specific harms, not on the technology or format through which they are distributed." That line has been taken out. In as far as the input from Honorable Singh, which is what is being presented, it's on blue. What we've done, we have fortified this section on the basis of those input, Chair. So this section would read a lot better on the basis of what Honorable Singh would have commented on. And the comment on the side there is that all the amendments and addition from the comments of Ms. Singh, which is basically what has been outlined here. Only it's highlighted that the report, the changed report or the amended report that was shared with the members, these colors were not indicated. We can share this if there's a need for that, Chair. But these were the comments from Honorable Singh. I'm not sure if, Chair, would you want me to read through all the changes, but this is what has been changed on the report itself based on what Honorable Singh would have inputted on. I can quickly read through the changes. Key outcomes include a broad consensus on the following, alongside a clear emphasis that any future framework should remain light touch, proportionate, and focused on clearly identifiable harms rather than podcasting as a format in itself. Further to that, as podcasting as an economic engine, the sector was lauded as a black-led island of excellence and a vital creator of jobs for young South Africans with strong potential for South Africa to become a leading African hub for this content, multilingual storytelling, cultural exports, and digital entrepreneurship. Those were some of the outcomes that came out of the conversations. A balanced approach, participants universally warned against overregulation and could stifle creativity and freedom of expression while acknowledging the need to address real harms such as hate speech, disinformation, and privacy violation. There was also a strong caution that even where direct licensing is rejected, future measures should not evolve into indirect licensing through mandatory registration, accreditation, burdensome compliance requirements, or monetization conditions that would disadvantage smaller and emerging creators. On the existing frameworks, the Roundtable confirmed that South Africa is not starting from a blank slate. The Constitution, common law defamation, protection of personal information POPIA, the Electronic Communications Act, the Electronic Communication and Transactions Act, promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination, the Cybersecurity and the Freedom Publication Act, among others, already provided a foundation that can be built upon, and many participants preferred stronger coordination and clearer mandates among existing regulators over the creation of overlapping new oversight structures. The challenge of jurisdiction on the part, Chair, a significant challenge is the extra-territorial nature of global platforms and the difficulty of enforcing South African law on entities based outside the country. Linked to this is the principle of regulatory parity, which advocates for the same type of regulation to be applied to similar entities and activities, while accountability measures such as a local legal representatives, transparent complaints processes, and cooperation obligations may be more practical than rigid localization requirement that could discourage investment or participation in the digital economy thereof. The need for user-centric system, that's one area that was discussed as well. The current fragmented regulatory landscape leaves citizens confused about where to lodge complaints. A centralized, accessible remedy system is urgently needed. And finally, on the pointers that we discussed on the day, the path forward, the way forward lies in a light touch, risks-based approach that supports self-regulation and co-regulation, one that could clarify the mandate of existing regulators and focuses on systemic platform accountability rather than the censorship of individual speech. Participants also cautioned that mandatory advertising allocations, levies, or other prescriptive market interventions should be approached with caution, with preference where possible given to incentive-based support such as incubators, skills development, creator funds, tax incentives, and public partnership. Further to that, Chair, those two lines were also added based on Ms. Singh's comment. Going further down the report, Chair, the next changes would have been coming from right at the bottom on the green color, Chair. This is what we would have proposed. That I think one of your comments was that on that page you differed with the notion that DCDT was solely responsible for bringing down data cost. That has been reworked just basically to make sure that we don't attribute that action solely to DCDT, but every stakeholder that is relevant in that regard. The next changes will be from the input from Honorable Ngubane. Members contended that podcasting should remain open and independent, subject only to minimal right-based and administrative regulation. The submission cautions that broad licensing requirements or intrusive state control could unduly limit freedom of expression, constrain democratic discourse, and impose disproportionate burdens on small and independent creators, particularly where existing legal remedies already address unlawful content, including defamation, hate speech, incitement to violence, and infringement of privacy. Further to that, based on Mr. Ngubane's submissions, the submission further advocated a co-regulatory or self-regulatory model with any role assigned to ICASA or other competent bodies confined to clearly defined legal breaches, due processes, and proportionate remedies rather than to regulating ordinary political disagreement. It further records the party's opposition, or I should amend this, Judge. I should not put the part of the party. This line at the end, I would definitely take out that part, Chair. From Ms. Singh, additional to what you would have commented on. A further view under that section, a further view reflected in member submissions was that any future framework should guard against the creation of indirect licensing in another form. That came out very, very strongly, Chair. Even where formal licensing is ruled out, mandatory registration, accreditation requirements, or onerous compliance conditions linked to monetization could impose administrative burdens that weaken accessibility and stifle innovation, especially for smaller and emerging creators. Further to that, members also noted that South Africa could be cautious about establishing overlapping new authorities where stronger coordination and clearer mandates among existing institutions may prove more effective and less bureaucratic. Members further emphasized that accountability measures for global platform should be practical and proportionate. While digital sovereignty remains important, proposal for compulsory localization, mandatory contributions, or fixed advertising set-asides should be tested carefully against the risk of discouraging investment, raising costs, reducing competition, or creating long-term dependence. In this regard, there was support for alternatives such as local and legal representative transparency complaints processes, cooperation duties, incubators, skill development, creator fund, tax incentive, public-private partnership. Members also stressed that any future framework should be distinguished from large commercial creators and smaller hobby or emerging creators with obligations scaled according to revenue and systemic impact. Further to Mr. Ngubane's comments, this line was added. The participant emphasized that making data more affordable is a shared responsibility that requires a coordinated action by DCDT, regulators, network operators, and other relevant stakeholders so that creators can produce content and audience can access it. Further to the Chair, I think there was just a way to say that you wanted to understand exactly what it meant. That word, it meant imprisoned, basically. You also, Chair, we wanted to understand the difference between the broadcasting levy and the community media levy that we have proposed as part of the report. The broadcasting levy, just to explain that differentiation, Chair, the broadcasting levy historically implied within the traditional broadcasting environment, while a community media levy would extend the principle to OTT digital platforms that now capture audience attention and advertising revenue. That's where the distinction primarily really lies between the two. The last part, I think, from Ms. Singh, if I'm not mistaken, it's under accountability and sovereignty. And this whole lot, Chair, that it would have been added as well. I'm not too sure, Chair, given the time that I should really read this, but this is what would have been added, and the colors would clearly indicate what would be the addition or what has been, fortified under those various sections. Chair, those are the changes really in the main based on the members' comment and the input, which would have been provided by both yourself, Honorable Singh, and Mr. Ngobani in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Medupe. Can I just check with members, having seen the changes, whether there are any issues, comments, or a mover for the adoption of the agenda? I just want to point out, Doc, that a lot of what you have there is repetitive. You may just want to look at if you are not saying the same thing over and over again, even based on the comments. And then I have a question around who is this levy going to be collected from? Because that was the essence of my question. We already have a broadcasting levy that is collected. Now, if we want to introduce a new levy, whose money are we taking? But let me just check if members have any other questions, comments. Okay, silence means consent. Do you want to just respond to me there, Doc? You're muted, Dr. Medupe. Colleagues, am I still in the meeting?
Chair, are you able to hear me, Chair? I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, in as far as, and this is what we are proposing. If you read on what I would have commented on there, is it with the understanding that the broadcasting levy historically would apply to the broadcasting. What we are recommending there is that the community levy could then be a similar model but extended to the OTTs and the digital platforms. That's what really the proposal was about.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman.
So I think I just wanted to note the point that where some of us are in transit, so that's why we're struggling to make comments. So we're just going to listen through. We can raise some of the issues later. I'm not able to comment at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Ntshabeleng. I think let's leave this matter here, although I do need to check if we are in a position to adopt this report. As far as I'm concerned, this is a working document. You'll remember the commitment that we had made at the roundtable was that we would submit this report, which is our first step, to the National Assembly for noting and adopting. And thereafter, we need to go back and look at how the issues as raised and as contained in here are operationalized. We had also given the responsibility to the industry itself, to the sector itself, on issues of, how they are planning to organize themselves, the ideas around self-regulation or co-regulation. I see some of the comments that have been made, I think you said by Honorable Singh, seem to suggest that we are dictating a particular approach, especially around the BCCSA and the Press Council, although it should be noted that those two institutions themselves would have already started taking steps towards that direction. So I'm saying, Honorable Ntshabeleng, noting what you are saying, this doesn't close room for refinement, as well as building this plane as it's flying. But I would like us to, and I'm calling for members to move for the adoption of this report so that we're able to take it to the next round. And part of that is that we're going to be operationalizing it. And where there are issues that we think in the process of doing the work need to be refined, we can do so. Would that be in order, honorable members?
That's in order, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you for your guidance. I'd also then like to, with your guidance, I'd like to then move for the adoption of this report as presented with the proposed changes as the Chair may have suggested. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subarthi. Thank you, Honorable Ntshabeleng. The report is thus finally adopted. Please may I request that the advisors come back to us with the actionable items for Parliament from this report so that it just doesn't gather dust somewhere, but we're able to move. Thank you very much, honorable members. I think we have come to the end of our agenda. Were there any other items, Hajira, that I may have left out?
That's the end of this meeting, Chairperson. Just to inform members that the link has been sent out for the meeting this evening on the training. Thank you, Chair. And then if you wanted to comment on next week's meeting, Chairperson.
Yes, I wanted to say that Friday is there's the training by the University of Stellenbosch on AI in government. And I'm sure all members want to attend that training. So I'm engaging Hajira that we move those agenda items we were to have Friday to Tuesday, and that meeting is physical in Cape Town. I think we have been saying every now and again that we would really start heeding the guidance of the Whippery that there's a lot more physical meetings. So if the Secretariat could please try and get a venue And then the meeting next week should be virtual with no meeting this coming Friday.
Chairperson, if I could just add, Chairperson, the Friday, the training for members is the morning session and our meeting is the afternoon. But we do take note that you want
us having time off, you have a problem.
but we do take note, Chairperson, and we are in the process of looking for a venue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. Please may I wish you a good day further. I think this meeting has been quite progressive and productive. And we have a lot of work ahead of us, as you would have seen, obviously, with the work around this law. Hopefully the SABC bill as well, because our lawmaking record is looking very atrocious. So I will plead with you as and when we are, as I indicated, trying to slot in as much public participation. I think we have to do 4 provinces in total on this bill. So it's going to be quite a tight period. But truly appreciated, and we'll meet then this evening on the meta training. Have a good day. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Long live the chairperson.
I was driving, Chair. I'm sure you missed me.
Pagama, Chairperson, Pagama.
Always.
Bye.